Hey, we're about to get started. You like my new theme song? Just be messing. All right. What in the world is playing in the background? Oh, is this him? He's playing. What are you doing? Why are you live later than usual? Okay, here he comes. Here we go. Hi, kids. How you doing? Good to see you. Welcome. We're about to get started. Here we go. Hello. Oh, why don't I hear him? Hold on. Hold on. No, you don't get to talk unless I can talk. That's not how this works, Mister. That is your real name, Mister. I have a speech to give. It's going to be like sweet, and you guys better hear it or else. So there, Mister. Nope. Why is it frozen? Oh, man. Total audio fail. Turn on my monitors. There we go. Let's see if that'll do it. So anyways, by the way, guys, there we go. That's why. Here we go. Nope. What are you doing? I'm hearing audio out of my iPad, but not out of the speech. Forget it. I'm not missing a second of this. Hold on. I had the whole thing queued up so that we could all hum the battle theme of the Republic. Missing monitor output device. Oh, I see, because it was set to that. That's my bad. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. Let's see what happens. That's not playing anything else. All right, I'm getting angry. You won't like me when I'm angry, Mr. McGee. By the way, I'll just start with how are you guys doing? That's the important thing. I'll fix this little piece while I'm messing around. Let's see. Okay, that's all going there. That comes out the speakers. Speakers are going here. Excellent. Are the speakers turned up on my thing? Of course they are. Good. Now, let's see if a different YouTube channel likes to play, or if there's just audio not coming over their thing.
These loans.
Yeah, holy smokes. So I was going by the White House's own website, and they're not sending audio. See, that's what you get when you do everything right and you think it's you. Why did I think for a second? Check this out. Hold on. So this is time. This is
as long as business.
There you go. That's normal. I didn't change a thing. Nothing. This is the White House's page. Oh my God. Okay, wait. So you're late. You're late to your own optional briefing, and the audio from your own site is, oh my God. Oh my God. I'll go to the other source. That's so funny. Wait, back up. I want to see this from the top. 30 days to slow this. Oh, 15 days to slow the spread has gone to 30 days. That's weird. Okay, so we start out with the lump. He makes Fauci and Burke stand up there, evenly placed. Go stand by each. Pick a pillar. Not my pillar. I love that guy. He said Jesus was our friend, and that God picked me to be the ruler because the Bible says that trust in your government because the leaders chosen by God. Of course, during Obama, that was bullshit. But when I'm here, it's wonderful. Now go dangle, because everything is so immediate and so important, and we're working so hard. Hi, Mark. Thank you. We're working so diligently, round the clock, 24 hours a minute, 75 weeks of the year, 365 days a day, so that we can stand out here during this lip flap and make them. I mean, they could be napping. Check your watch, Fauci. That would be great. Look at this. I hate this. Wait a second. This isn't golf. You bastards. Everyone on the task force is dead, Mr. President. There's only us left. And we've all chosen you to eat because you've got the fattiest cuts.
Thank you very much, everyone.
You're not going to make your big joke about spreading out around the room and practicing social distancing? Not a beautiful day anymore. Notice we're back inside where our box doesn't get blown away. Hello.
Our country is in the midst of a great national trial.
Is it really? Now it is? 2 weeks ago it wasn't?
Unlike any we have ever faced before.
Not my fault. I'm just trying to say, basically, get this. It is not my fault. I ignored it. I am the president, but the buck stops over there with Pensy.
You all see it. You see it probably better than most.
What does that mean? We're all in this together. How hard is that to say? You guys, you reporters report on it more than almost anybody. I don't.
We're at war with a deadly virus. Success.
Not a war. The analogy to the war part of it is just embarrassing.
In this fight will require the full, absolute measure of our collective strength, love, and devotion. Very important.
Very important, our devotion. And as your president, I am hopelessly devoted to you.
Each of us has the power through our
I got the power.
choices and actions to save
Yeah, we know. You mean stay home?
American lives and rescue the most vulnerable among us. That's why we really have to do what we all know is right.
Oh, what do we know? What do we all know that's right? I mean, are we going by what the Oklahoma or the Tennessee governors are saying, or are we going by the 15 now 30 days to slow the spread because we didn't want to write 45 days to slow the spread, so it's now 30 days? Like,
is being called upon to make sacrifices. Every business is.
I haven't golfed in days. They had to set up an electronic golfing thing in there, and the digital chick caddies suck. You can't even grab them. I tried to grab them by the, and I jammed my finger on the screen. VR sucks.
Asked to fulfill its patriotic duty. Every community is making fundamental changes to how we live, work, and interact.
Isn't it another inspiring message from dear leader? Doesn't your heart swell with pride with the vigor that he reads this statement?
Each and every day, and I wouldn't be surprised to see this going on long into the future.
Oh my God, dude, don't say it like that.
This.
We might even, I think we should practice social distancing forever.
The virus is gone and defeated. Some of the things we're doing now will be very good practice for the future, including for not getting the flu, which is very devastating also. So some of what we're learning now will live on into the future. I really believe that.
I really do think that, people will learn from me ignoring intelligence briefings about the fact that China was lying about the number of infections and death, and the satellite photos we were getting from countries that it was spreading into of them building giant mass graves and 20 million phones being shut off and, stuff like that. Like the next president will never be able to golf for 2 months.
Shaking hands or not shaking hands?
Or not shake hands, holding hands. I'm just here to say that Neil Diamond is full of shit.
Washing hands all the time.
All the time, nonstop. That's your new job, America. You're welcome.
Staying a little apart. 15 days ago, we published our nationwide guidelines.
Why are they focusing on that thing right now? Like,
Slow the spread of the virus on some.
okay, listen and follow the direction of your state and local authorities, because the feds don't know what the shit they're doing. If you feel sick, stay home. Do not go to work. Contact your medical provider. If your children are sick, keep them at home. Do not send them to school. Contact what school? Contact your medical provider. Gee, I think that's the fallback. If someone in your household is tested positive for the coronavirus, keep the entire household at home. Do not go to work. Do not go to school. Contact your medical provider. If you're an older person, contact your medical. No, stay home and away from other people. Practice what we call get off my lawn. You might just save your own life by yelling, get off my lawn for America. If you're a person with serious underlying health conditions that can put you in increased risk, for example, a condition that impairs your lung or heart function or weakens your immune system, stay home and away from other people. Thank you, Lisa Miamore. For 30 days.
I announced that this campaign will be extended until April 30th.
Campaign, odd word choice.
In a few moments, Dr. Birx will explain the data that formed the basis for our decision to extend the guidelines, and Dr. Fauci will
Are they not showing him because he's blacking out? What's happening?
explain why it's absolutely critical for
So important to do.
American people.
People. Word people. Very important. People.
To follow the guidelines
Peoples. What?
for the next 30 days. It's a matter of life and death, Frank.
Frankly,
It's a matter of life and death.
it is. It's life and death. You got to do it. I called BS. I thought we were going to have Easter full of church people. But now she's going to read some stats that they made me listen to. And,
I know our citizens will rise to the occasion, and they already have.
they have. They already rose to the occasion. I rose to the occasion a couple of days ago, and Melania was on the other side of the. She won't go anywhere near me.
Sacrificed a lot.
So a lot. It's so good.
Economy in the history of our country. We're the greatest economy in the world. We had the best unemployment number.
Damn it. God damn. Could you stop whining about what it was like? Jesus Christ. Can you imagine if, like, at the beginning of World War II, I was like, we all know how great it was 6 weeks ago before the damn Japanese attacked us in Pearl Harbor, and we all can't wait to get back to that. But reluctantly, we're going to have to send some tanks to Europe, and I don't know. We'll get back to what we were making before World War II. Now I mean, I'm calling it World War II. Some people don't call it World War II.
Employment numbers that we've ever had by far. And in one instant, we said we have no choice but to close it up.
Close it up. Shut it down. Head him up. Move him out. Ride him cowboy.
Just as Americans have always done, we will
always shut everything down. In the true spirit of shutting everything down, we're shutting the shutdown, shutting it.
do a job like few have seen before.
We're going to do a job of not doing a job like no one's ever not done a job before.
And they're proud to do it. I see that. There's a great pride.
Is he too loud? I'm sorry. Am I too loud or is he too loud? I don't understand.
Going on right now.
Going on right now? Sorry.
Before we hear from our experts,
Right, which I am not, although I probably understand this better than anybody.
few other announcements today, the Treasury Department and Small Business Administration announced further details on the Paycheck Protection Program, which was made possible.
We named it PPP so that when we're talking about PPE and UPS, we get confused.
By the
Why would you call it the PPE?
$1 trillion relief bill I signed into law last week.
Biggest bill ever. You're lucky. I mean, other presidents wouldn't have tried to save the economy.
Nearly $350 billion in loans will soon be available through lending partners to help small businesses meet payroll and other
Not to be confused with Goldman Sachs or Lehman Brothers.
expenses for up to 2 months. These loans will be forgiven as long as businesses keep paying their workers. This includes sole proprietors and independent contractors. Applications will be accepted starting this Friday, April 3rd. So on Friday, April 3rd, that's when it begins.
That's when it begins.
Earlier today, I spoke
Consider
with
yourself
leading
lucky.
internet and phone providers
Oh, yeah.
who are doing a tremendous job
You're
of
going to do a fantastic job. Did I mention fantastic job? Hal was a bit loud for a few minutes. He's fine. Okay, good. I fixed it. Sorry. Can be a bit much. I get very exuberant during my readings, you understand.
keeping our internet and lines of communication.
I just got, oh, by the way, I just got a message today from Verizon that I'm getting a free 15 gigabytes of extra hotspot usage for my unlimited plan. $15 added to infinity carries the
flowing under very strongly increased strain. The business is more than anybody's seen before.
Nobody's ever done anything. Nobody, not like it ever to do.
Everyone's inside. They're all making calls. Among the leaders,
Everybody's calling everybody. I was listening to Adele just last night.
I spoke to were Hans Vestberg of Verizon Communications, Randall Stevenson of AT&T, Mike Sievert of T-Mobile, Thomas Rutledge of Charter Communications, Brian Roberts of Comcast.
You guys getting all this? Make sure there will be a pop goes. We need to know the names of all these CEOs that he actually talked to. I don't know why he insists on doing this. Just list other than that the companies are insisting on it because they're not going to help unless they get basically a free "we ran to America's rescue" after this. But guess what, CEOs of America, he's going to take all the credit and say you guys followed his lead. So
Of Liberty Media.
Liberty Media? What is that, like Liberty University's Christian phones? Our phones will not allow you to call anyone that does not obey the Lord Jesus Christ and accept him as your Lord and personal Savior. It will say, if you'd like to make a call to a devilish sinner, then hang up and use Verizon, you filthy bastard. Go pray in a corner.
Goy of
Goy.
Maltese.
Gaflagan. He's turning into Jerry Lewis right in front of us. Hey, oh.
Michael Combs of Sprint, and Araya Borkoff of Liontree. Also, Pat Esser of Cox Communications and Jeffrey Story of.
When is somebody going to play like Academy Awards music and just like, can a woman with a statue just come get him? He would leave with her. That poor woman.
CenturyLink. They're doing an incredible job.
Fantastic, even.
If you look at
what's going on and what's happening, if you take a look at, they're doing such a great job. If you look at what's going on and how things were and now how they are, things are so different now than how they are. In case you hadn't noticed.
Continents. If you look at Europe, they went a different route than we did, and much different route. We were talking about that just a little while ago.
Were you?
And they're having tremendous problems.
Yeah, we just surpassed China in overall deaths. So
other countries are having problems. Other continents are having problems.
Oh. Did you just? Okay, so day before yesterday, he learned that there were more than 151 countries in the world, and now he's learned that some of those countries are on different continents. Oh my God, we're watching a grown man learn geography. Other continents are even having problems, like Australia.
But with business at a level that nobody's seen it before on the internet, it's
Pornhub
holding up incredibly well.
So good.
and they expect that to continue no matter what happened, and no matter how much more it gains, which if it can gain more than it already is, I don't know, because they're setting records.
They're not gaining anything. The system that exists currently is just overtaxed because everybody's at home on the internet all the time. Guilty as charged.
Let me also update you on the distribution of urgently needed resources and
Urgently needed resources. Please say it again.
supplies. And we have a lot of numbers. I'm going to let Mike Pence speak to that in a little while.
I hate numbers unless it's my handicap.
But we're giving massive amounts of medical equipment and supplies to the 50 states. We also are holding back quite a bit. We have
You're holding back quite a bit. That's not going to be a quote you're going to want people to go to.
almost 10,000 ventilators that we have ready to go.
You don't want to give them to New York where they need 30,000 and then try to get them back when Iowa gets overrun because I told them it was all bullshit and they watch nothing but Fox News.
We have to hold them back because the surge is coming, and
The
it's
surge is coming.
coming pretty strong. And we want to be able to immediately move it into place without going and taking it. So we're ready to go, and
We got so much stuff, we're gonna have to take it back, but we got too much material. We're gonna be selling these things to other people. Hello, my name is Serge, and how can I help you? Would you like a espresso? I make it with a little lemon twist. It's good. You should try it. No, it's not any problem. No, don't be stupid.
also distributed. I just spoke with Governor of Michigan, had a great
Get that woman,
conversation,
and yeah.
we sent
Somebody reminded me I can't afford to lose Michigan, which I'm going to.
a large number of ventilators to Michigan. We're sending them to Louisiana.
We were gonna send them to Michigan. Now we're sending them to Louisiana.
Additional ventilators to New York, additional ventilators to New Jersey.
You're gonna run out of additional ventilators. You just said that 10,000 number.
And I will
When everybody's 500 short and you got 50 states, do the math.
say
We're holding a lot back.
New York, FEMA is supplying 250 ambulances and 500 EMTs to help respond to the increasing caseload.
Yeah, again, stuff that FEMA does normally in a disaster, but they don't have unlimited resources.
That's a lot of ambulances.
That's a bunch. People, that's a number. I mean, if you look at my presidency, these are numbers of ambulances people have never even seen before. These are incredible number of ambulances.
In California, the Army Corps of Engineers is developing 8 facilities to expand hospital capacity up to 50,000 beds. 50,000.
50,000 sounds like a big number.
And had a great conversation last night with Gavin Newsom.
And I thanked him again for that interview he did 3 weeks ago before I sent him 120 broken ventilators.
Doing
Doing such a great job kissing my ass because he's smart enough to know that if you don't, you won't get anything.
He's doing a really good job.
Yeah, he is. He should be president.
We
Gavin Newsom, 2028.
constant communications. The
No, you're not.
NS Mercy
Get the 2 governors that like me.
hospital ship is now operational. It's in Los Angeles and receiving patients. And in New York, as you know, the Comfort, everybody watched that.
Yeah, they wanted big ratings. Was I stood there like a toddler on a plywood stage waving for 15 minutes as a boat that I made wait until my speech was over backed out of a harbor.
It's in place and
So good.
be
And then everybody, I saw, did you see how good the ratings were? People went down there and they stood up, arm to arm, shoulder to shoulder, taking pictures of it.
a very short while receiving large numbers of patients, over 1,000 rooms and 12 operating rooms.
No, there's 1,000.
FEMA's also provided
It's not. I love how he pads every number to make it better.
100 travel trailers to assist with housing needs, and we're ordering hundreds more. In Michigan,
Super excited about that.
FEMA will soon deliver, in addition to the ventilators, 250 bed field hospital, and Army Corps of Engineers is evaluating
Somebody just sneezed in the back. Jesus Christ. Thank you, Rob. Rob Glenn says in the super chat, love you, Hal, and the patrons and subscribers stay healthy. Yeah, you too, brother.
locations to build alternate care facilities. So we're doing a field hospital in Michigan of 250
Somebody sneezed the mic loose.
beds, and we may be doubling it up soon, depending on the need. They're doing a good job with beds in Michigan, but they may need more than the 250. So
Yeah, they will.
FEMA and the Army Corps of Engineers.
They already do. Like the Michigan is so
prepared to go there.
They're behind. They've been behind on just service availability in hospitals and medical facilities in Michigan for a long time.
Quickly and get
Whitmer's doing a great job bringing it back up to speed, but they're now completely overrun.
done.
Done.
In Louisiana, we're delivering 2 field hospitals to provide 500 new hospital beds. I've been talking with the governor, John Bell Edwards, and the Army Corps of Engineers has been really doing incredible work.
Incredible, fantastic job. It's amazing what they do when you just get out of the way and let them do it.
Establishing 3,000 bed alternate care
I told them, if it was me, I wouldn't do it, but they're like, no, we're gonna do it. And I was like, well, that's just.
site at the New Orleans Convention Center, which will be operational, believe it or not, this week. So
I believe it.
3,000.
On second thought, I don't believe it. Oh, no, wait, I do. Believe it or not. I'm walking on air. I never thought I could feel so free. Basically, if you think about it, I am the greatest American hero.
Alternate care site, and we're also doing a 500 bed new hospital. And that's in Louisiana, which really got hit. It started off very late, and it was
Dude.
looking good, and then all of a sudden,
Looking great. It was looking like they could just keep on partying.
just reared up.
And then it just reared its ugly head. Speaking of rearing my ugly head.
In addition to the supplies we're delivering, we're also giving hospitals the flexibility to use new facilities, including surgical care centers, to care for hospital patients.
Yeah, except Planned Parenthood. We're keeping them cut off. By the way, all those rules we passed about not allowing certain facilities to have access to emergency room services are kind of biting us in the ass right now.
Were not infected. For example, I know that many expectant mothers are understandably concerned about exposing their newborn babies to the virus, and they should be. With our action,
and they should be. What? They should be concerned about their babies now.
Yesterday, hospitals now have the authority to create special areas for mothers to deliver their babies in a very safe and healthy environment, totally separate. Over the past 2 months, the U.S. State Department has organized one of the largest and most common.
Does he? Honestly, is there a rule that he has to say like every word the exact same vocal tone? That like it's weird. It's like watching an aging robot. It's like if the Hall of Presidents just phoned it in.
International evacuation.
And please remake the recording at Hall of Presidents. It's just gonna go away in like 15 days. Like Lincoln will come up 7 years ago, and Obama will come out and going, "We're not the red states and blue states. We're the United States of America." And then Trump comes out, "There's really just one sick lady. That'll be over soon. It's 15. Best numbers we've ever seen. I don't buy it."
Operations in American history. Mike Pompeo has been working.
Are they underlying certain words? Just go look up.
Down the clock.
Like he'll put a little arrow next to each word. Every 8th word, he goes, people, really, if you think about it.
Along with Ambassador O'Brien. Since January 29th, we have successfully repatriated over 25,000 Americans from more than 50 countries.
Yeah, every country in the world got their people back if they had a better medical system. If they don't have a better medical system, they leave them there. The Norwegians, for example, are saying, leave America and come back.
Where they were literally stuck in some
Some of them were in quicksand. They were stuck. It was like they were glued.
cases locked in.
They were locked in. Some of them. Every American who's traveling abroad is a hostage now that I have gotten free.
I salute
Why was no president able to do this?
incredible public servants at the Department of State as well as their counterparts at DHS and HHS who have played such an important role in doing this.
And they really have. Who put this shit in here?
You probably read about the young people in Peru and young people in Brazil,
Brazil.
and they were absolutely stuck, and we got them out. Got them.
They're absolutely stuck.
Almost everybody is out now.
Almost. There's some that preferred being stuck. They were gross.
Home with their parents, their wives, their husbands.
Their boyfriends' friends, stuck at home, going, I wish I was back in Brazil.
I want every American to be prepared for the hard days that lie ahead. We're going to go through a very tough 2 weeks. And then hopefully
We'll pretend it never happened and I can golf again. I'll be golfing by June.
as the experts are predicting, as I think a lot of us are predicting after having studied it so hard, you're going to start seeing some real light at the end of the tunnel. But this is going to be a very painful, very, very painful 2 weeks.
Very
When
painful.
you look and see at night the kind of death that's been caused by this
Look at night.
invisible enemy, it's incredible. I was watching last night Governor Murphy of New Jersey say 29 people died today, meaning yesterday, and
Oh, good. You get that, everybody? That last night when he was told today, that meant yesterday.
others talking about numbers far greater. But you get to know a state. I know New Jersey so well, and you hear 29 people and hundreds in other locations, hundreds
Yeah. Yeah, we know.
in other states. And this is going to be a rough 2 week period.
Uh-huh.
As a nation,
By the way, regular viewers of my radio show on the weekends, like, okay, you guys know.
we face a difficult few weeks as we approach that really important day when we're going to see things get better all of a sudden. And it's going to be like a burst of light.
No, it's not.
Really think, and I hope
You know, as soon as all the dead people go ahead and die.
our
What?
strength will be tested and our endurance will be tried. But America will answer with love and courage and ironclad resolve.
Yeah, we will. That's why I'm going to be here every day taking the piss out of you in this yawn fest where you try to take credit for all the people in the government that you vilified for the last 3 years.
This is the time for all Americans to come together and do
And do whatever I say and support me in this, because if you really think about it, believe it or not, I'm
Part.
well,
I appreciate a lot of the media. We've had a lot of really good things said. I think only good things can be said when you look at the job that's been done. I just spoke with Frank.
no. Only what do you mean only good things can be said? What kind of North Korean bullshit?
Graham was an extraordinary person, and Samaritan's Purse has been, like so many others, just been amazing. And so
Yeah. They're all picking up the slack for the stuff you blew up.
fast, they did it so fast.
Yeah. Because they're ready for these kind of things.
He's been doing that for a long time, but I think people are really seeing what they have done. Franklin Graham, very special family. We send plane loads of masks and gloves and supplies to the communities battling the plague.
Should I show the pictures of us sending masks and supplies to China in February because we weren't going to need them?
And that's what
The State Department sent a bunch of stuff because we weren't going to need them.
this is.
But I knew it was going to be a pandemic from the very beginning. I knew. Other people were saying. Fauci came in. He's like, I call bullshit in his weird little accent.
Plague. We also send our prayers. We pray for the doctors and the nurses.
You don't pray. Don't pretend you pray.
For the paramedics and the truck drivers and the police officers and the sanitation workers and above all the people fighting for their lives.
Yeah, that I have to read off of. I don't. Did he just say plague? I missed it.
In New York and all across our land, I watched as doctors and nurses went into a certain hospital in Elmhurst this morning. I know Elmhurst, Queens. I grew up right next to it.
By the way, remember how much shit Obama got for saying Trayvon Martin could have looked like he could have been his son? And everybody's going, why are you making it about yourself? And why are you dividing yourself from America? Because, it's literally the only place Trump lists are places he knows very well or he's had big rallies in or he has friends in.
I know the hospital very well. Been seeing it all my life.
No, you've been driving by it all your life. He never went to friggin'
my young life. And I will tell you that to see.
Tell me, please tell me.
Scenes of trailers out there and what they're doing with those trailers.
You mean the freezer trucks that they're using as mobile morgues?
They're freezers.
Yeah.
And nobody can even believe it.
Yeah, you can. So after Katrina, FEMA was using body bags after for flood victims and that kind of stuff. And the bodies, there were so many of them, they crushed each other. So people couldn't have closed casket funerals because they had to have closed casket funerals because the bodies were so dismembered, not from what had happened to them and that caused them to die, because they'd had to stack them on top of each other. So FEMA created these basically giant Rubbermaid tubs the size of coffins so that the next time something like this happened, you wouldn't store people on top of each other so that they could, if necessary. We're not at that number yet, but they're coming. They're using body bags on slabs right now, but if they had to start stacking, they're going to start using these tubs. When those tubs were instituted, Alex Jones and all the right wing were saying FEMA's going to round everybody up and they're going to murder everybody and they're building coffins for Americans. Like, dude, they are doing this so that after a natural disaster, you can give your relatives a decent burial. And these assholes constantly mocked that and derided it as some sort of UN-sponsored, one world government Illuminati bullshit. And again, nobody can believe what would happen. Imagine preparing.
To some of my friends, they can't believe what they're seeing. And I watched the doctors and the nurses walking into that hospital.
And I was like, are they walking out the back door with a bunch of PPE that they're selling on the black market?
This morning, it's like military people going into battle, going into war.
No, it's like doctors and nurses going into a medical disaster. You don't.
The bravery is incredible.
Yes, it is.
And I just have to take
credit for
my hat. I would take my hat. If I were wearing a hat, I'd rip that hat off so fast, and I would say, you people are just incredible.
Does the man not understand what an analogy is? That he doesn't have to. If I go get Pence, go get me a hat. No, I need props.
They really are. They're very brave. They're going in, and they don't know. You have lots of things flying around in the air. You don't know what you're touching. Is it safe?
Is it suddenly it's the doctor and Marathon Man? Is it safe? Second of all, weren't you saying yesterday that you looked at the masks and you're like, there doesn't seem to be anything on them. I don't know why you can't reuse them.
And you also see where You have friends that go into the hospital and you say,
Oh, he's going to talk about his friend who's in a coma now.
how is he doing 2 days later? And they say, sir, he's unconscious or he's in a coma.
Yeah, we've heard about this dude for 3 days now. We know it's very sad for him and his family.
So things are happening that we've never seen before in this country.
No, we've seen stuff like this before. It's on a different scale. It's in every neighborhood instead of going, oh, well, shit, more tornadoes hit the Midwest. Oh, there was a hurricane down south. Oh, an earthquake in Los Angeles. It's just kind of the Mount St. Helens. There's been things like this. This is just a ubiquitous one that's covering the entire country and the entire globe. That's the only thing different about this. And that's why everything's taxed to its limit. So just say stuff is taxed to its limit because it's like having 8 natural disasters at once. It's not hard to do.
Being said, the country's come together like I've never seen it before.
I mean, 9/11 was, because no one's dancing in New Jersey happy the towers fell right now. That's the only difference.
And we will prevail, we will win, and hopefully it will be in a relatively short period of time.
Yeah, dude.
With that, I'd like to ask Dr. Birx.
Oh, that's hilarious, Hal Vickery. I have a friend, and, they say now, he was sick a couple of days ago and now he's in a coma or whatever. And you'd think they'd have better medicine at Rikers Island.
Come up and show you some of the latest, just the data that is.
The Lada or the data. He's going to bring up Latka Gravis. Thank you very much. The Lada, the data, the Lada data.
I think brilliantly put together.
What do you mean brilliantly put together? It's data. It's either true or it isn't. I mean, you're just talking about the presentation. Look at the graphics. It's wonderful.
Right after that, I'm going to ask Dr. Fauci to speak. And
Fauci looks excited about that idea. Look at him with his head down and his arms crossed, going, this dumbass. I have to try and talk this dude. Look how far Birx is away from him. Nobody was shaking hands with him, and he stood back from everybody else. He manhandled the microphone, but everybody is maybe he just farted. He probably did.
Pence is going to give you some of the recent events that have taken place, and
then I'm going to get out of here.
The statistics that we have that I think will be very interesting here. Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
If I could stand right in front of Fauci. Dude, he moved over so you could step back. You just standing there.
First slide, please.
Poor Fauci.
Well, always.
They did it again. What's he doing? You're in the way.
This slide is labeled is goal community mitigation. Really highlighting that this begins in the middle and the end with community. It is community and the community of the American people.
That doesn't look good.
That are going to have to do the things for the next 30 days to make a difference. I think from that large blue mountain that you can see behind me, and I just want to thank the
they need to color correct it. It looks black to me.
5 or 6 international.
If you don't do it, look how much better I'm doing than doing nothing. Huh? Most people would have done nothing. Like if Hillary was president, she would have eaten pizza and said, what difference does it make? And they used a Benghazi plan, and you would all be dead. Jimmy Carter was here, he'd be like, I'm going to go build houses or something.
And domestic modelers from Harvard.
Notice how the worst possible thing is black, and the best possible thing matches my suit.
From Northeastern, from Imperial, who helped us tremendously
to make our graphics today.
It was their models that created the ability to see what these mitigations could do, how steeply they could depress the curve from that giant blue mountain down to that more stippled area.
Stippled.
In their estimates, they had between 1.5 million and 2.2 million people in the United States
Think of that.
succumbing
If we didn't do anything, welcome to the Midwest.
to this virus without mitigation. Yet through their detailed studies and showing us what social distancing would do, what would happen if people stayed home,
Why does he look at it like it's the first time he's seeing it again?
what
Look
would
at that.
happen if people were
Wait a second. Is the number on the top bigger than the number on the bottom? Because I see a 2 followed by a 2 on the top, but on the lower number it's a 2 followed by a 4. But on the top I see a 1 with a 5 after it, and then the bottom has a 1 with a we could get through this with just 100 dead people? Oh, we're too late.
careful every day to wash their hands and worry about touching their faces. That what an extraordinary thing this could
Maybe not touching the faces. I don't know how much worrying about it does, but
be if every American followed these. And it takes us to that stippled mountain.
remember back in, what was it, February, beginning of February, when I sent out the tweet that included people I like and people I arguably hate, and I told them all to wash their hands, cough into their elbow, and if they're sick, stay home? Remember that? Remember that?
That's much lower, a hill actually, down to 100 to 200,000 deaths, which is still way too much. Next slide, please.
Next slide, please. They don't even give her control of the slides.
Simultaneously-
Why would you not give her control of the slides? I don't trust her. Never give a chick control of the slide thing.
There was a modeler out of the University of Washington that modeled from cases up, utilizing the experience around the globe to really understand how this information that we have from Italy and Spain and South Korea and China could really help us give insight into the hospital needs, the ventilator.
Hey guys in the chat room, how many of you have been looking at the state and U.S. modeler for the last 2 weeks since they've been available? They've been like readily available for about 10 days now. How many of you looked at the state tracking?
Needs and really the number of people who potentially could succumb to
Why does one of the mics keep going out there?
this illness. It is this model that we are looking at now that provides us the most detail of the time course that is possible. But this
He's like a weatherman who doesn't realize he's back from commercial.
model assumes full mitigation.
Am I on?
It's informed every morning or every night by the reality on the ground coming in
By every morning and every night, we mean yesterday, and morning, we mean today.
New York, New Jersey, and around the United States, and is modeled and informed every morning.
Now let's
so
switch to
that
another one.
It is adjusted,
Yes, we'll do another Zoom for sure.
so it is up to date every day. This is the model of the predicted fatalities and mortality in the United States.
Wait, you mean fatalities? Or is there fatalities? Are you keeping tallies of most important thing, the first rule of COVID-19 Club is don't tarry.
And as the president said, it's very much focused on the next 2 weeks and the stark reality of what this virus.
Standing in for Vanna White today, we have from Queens, New York, Donald John Trump. He's our special big fan of Wheel of Fortune, who gets to turn the big board today. Donald, how you doing? Donald, you're on. No, there's something wrong with his mic. We'll be back.
Do as it moves through communities. Next slide, please. But this is a slide that gives us great hope and understanding about what is possible. On the bottom of the slide, where you can barely see that blue line at the very bottom, that's the current
Of what state?
cases in California.
Yeah, right. Because Gavin Newsom jumped on this with both feet early.
The cumulative cases in California,
Mm-hmm.
where they're doing significant testing. The next
Right.
line up
Because they didn't wait for the federal government to forcibly remove its thumb from its ass.
is Connecticut. The orange line is New Jersey. The blue line is New York. The yellow line is Washington. We all remember Washington State. It was just a month ago when they started to have the issues in Washington State, but they brought together their communities
Yeah, like they're keeping the lines thin, by the way, so that they don't look like a big deal. If they thicken the line, it gets scarier.
and their health providers, and
The graphics choice, it's weak.
put in strong mitigation methods and testing. And you can see what the result in Washington State and California is. But without the continuation for the next 30 days, anything could change.
Touched his face.
Next slide, please. So I'm sure you're interested
This is the first time I'm seeing all this. Look at these lines. You guys worked hard.
in seeing all the states. So on this slide is all 50 states and the District of Columbia. But I think it shows in stark reality the difference between New York and New Jersey.
Yeah, because they're testing a bunch. Trump just made the case yesterday that the reason the United States has more cases than the rest of the world is because we're testing a lot more people. Remember that? Remember he made that very distinct case. We're testing more people. That's why we have more cases. Well, you know where we're testing the most people? New York. The rest of those numbers are bullshit.
In other states with similar populations and urban areas. Our goal over the next 30 days is to ensure the states that you see,
Right? He's gonna run out with his black Sharpie and go, no.
48 across the bottom, maintain this lower level of new cases with the hope that we don't have significant outbreaks in other states and other metro areas as the community comes together to work together and ensure that the healthcare providers around the globe and in the United States are strengthened by our resolve.
Oh, we're cutting to Pence now. We go to Mike Pence live at the big board.
Continue to mitigate
Wonderful.
community by community.
Whoop, we're going,
This is done
we're back.
community by
Hold on.
community. We all know
There
people
we
are
go
in
back
their
there.
states and in their
Hello.
communities.
I'm doing my waddle, waddly boardy numbery stuff.
And we're very dependent on each person in the United States doing the same thing, following the presidential guidelines to a T. I know it's a lot to ask because you've done it for 15 days. So if you can show the next slide, please.
Why does she not have a controller for the slides? I don't get that. It sounds like some sort of odd power grab. I mean, have we not seen TED Talks? Everyone gets their own controller. Even the artists who come up there and teach you about the didgeridoo somehow manage to do their own slides.
This is what gives us a lot of hope. This is the case finding in Italy.
Why? They locked down by force of violence large sections of the areas that were contagious. The mayors were threatening people, however hyperbolically and possibly comedically, with flamethrowers.
And you can see that they're beginning to turn the corner in new cases. They're entering their 4th week of full mitigation and showing what is possible when we work together as a community.
Yeah, how many weeks are we into full mitigation? 0.
As a country to change the course of this pandemic together. It is this graphic and the graphic of many of the states that gives us hope of what is possible with continuing for another 30 days. Amidst
Look, we don't have a choice. It's not about a hope about what is possible. Are you high, woman?
that hope, I must say that like we warned about Detroit and Chicago, we start to see changes in Massachusetts. New Orleans continues to be a problem of new cases.
Well, that's kind of always been true, isn't it? I mean, most times New Orleans makes Vegas look like Liberty University's parking lot.
Although they're stabilizing. And I think
No, they aren't.
it really
They're not. No one is stabilizing right now because nobody knows what's coming.
shows the depth of dedication of the American people.
Yeah, we are. Everybody is. Everybody's doing their part. I'm staying home. I'm taking the piss out of this weirdo every day. trying to keep everybody's spirits up, keep everybody from going nuts watching this gab fest like it's a serious endeavor.
The healthcare providers, because they can
He literally made her come out and show these charts because when they convinced him that you got to shut things down, you've got to extend this for 30 days. He's like, well, you guys are going to go out there and show this stuff to everybody because I'm not taking this on the chin.
see the strain that this puts on every nurse, doctor, respiratory therapist.
Right, because you fill the hospitals up with normal accidents, normal injuries, normal illness, and you add COVID on top of that, and then you can't dare have anything beyond that because everyone will die.
Pharmacist and laboratory technician that's working together to stem this tide of unrelenting sick people coming to their doors. No one has been turned away. No one who has needed
They're talking about making calls on feudal intubations,
ventilation has not received ventilation.
and a lot of people get turned away. Tons of people get turned away. They go, "You're okay. We know you're sick. Stay home and isolate." What do you think that is? A bunch of those people are going to come back and need help because they went to the hospital in the first place.
But you can see how stressful it is for each of them. So I know it's stressful to follow the guidelines, but it is more stressful and more difficult to the soldiers on the front line.
They're not soldiers. They're nurses, doctors, and medical practitioners and cleaning crews and stuff. You don't have to. They have value in and of themselves. You don't have to call them warriors to make them worth more. It's not detrimental to soldiers. Soldiers have an entirely different mission, and they deserve our respect equally. Just call them what they are. This analogy about it being war is so lame and so ego-driven.
As we started and we will end with its communities that will do this. There's no magic bullet. There's no magic vaccine or therapy. It's just behaviors.
Well, I don't know. Has anybody tried Hydrox cookies and xenophobic myosin and Pop Rocks and chlorine?
Each of our behaviors
Got a nice fruit flavor that goes down easy, and I hear it works. I had a doctor tell me.
translating into something
Same doctor that told me I was 6'3" and weighed 235 pounds.
changes the course of this viral pandemic over the next 30 days. Thank you.
And we'll go back quickly to not doing well.
Thank you very much, Dr. Birx, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President. So what Dr. Birx
Great camera work today, guys.
really
Really good work. Half of Trump's face and a White House graphic.
very
Anybody?
simply is that
Dude is totally asleep. The camera guy probably is coughing into a rag right now.
there are really two dynamic forces that are opposing each other here. As I've mentioned several
There we go.
times in our briefings, the virus, if left to its own devices,
Yeah, get way wide. That's helpful now.
will do that dark curve that Dr. Birx showed you. The other dynamic force is what we are doing, what we're trying to do, and what we will do in the form of mitigation. Now,
And what we do. Never forget what we do.
these are very revealing bits of data because you saw what happened in Italy, where you make the turn around the curve and you go. That doesn't happen all at once. It's a stepwise fashion. And if I explain the steps, which I will, you'll see why we are really convinced that mitigation is going to be doing the trick for us.
Am I the only person who feels like this is the second time they're talking him into this? Like it's one of those minutes like where they keep selling you the car after you've already bought it because they don't want you to return it next week. Is that what's happening with Trump?
Because what you have is you have an increase in new cases at a certain rate. When the increase in new cases begin to level off, the
Information. Are you guys listening?
secondary effect is less hospitalizations. The next effect is less intensive care. And the next effect is less deaths. The death
That's our goal, by the way, in case you didn't think so. You know, unlike other presidents, my goal has been less death.
and the intensive care and the hospitalization always lag behind that early indication
Well, I don't think that's necessarily true.
that there are less new cases per day, the way we saw in Italy, and the way we're likely seeing, I don't want to jump the gun on it, we're seeing little inklings of this right now in New York. So
Yeah, because New York is testing like crazy. The city's been shut down for days. They're isolating people who are sick from COVID-19 away from people who have other injuries and illnesses now. They're setting up enormous triages. They've turned an entire convention center into a roaming hospital. And yeah, and all the other red states where everybody ran off after he threatened to quarantine New York City, all those people like ran home to Arkansas are coughing all over their neighbors at the
see, and that's we got to brace ourselves. In the next several days to a week or so, we're going to continue to see things go up. We cannot be discouraged by that because the mitigation is actually working and will work.
yeah, he's right. And it's gonna suck.
The slide that Dr. Burke showed, where you saw New York and New Jersey, and then the cluster of other areas, our goal, which I believe we can accomplish, is to get the hotspot places, the New Yorks, the New Jersey, and help them to get around that curve. But as importantly, to prevent those clusters of areas that have not yet gone to that spike, to prevent them from getting that spike. And the
They're not testing enough. You have no idea. They have no data.
answer to that is mitigation. Now, the 15 days that we had of mitigation clearly have had an effect.
Yes, they have. And they're gonna have to continue. And he wanted to turn it off at Easter.
Oh, it's tough to quantitate it because of those two opposing forces. But the reason why we feel so strongly about the necessity of the additional 30 days is that now is the time.
Now he's looking at Fauci and then looking at the crowd and then looking at Fauci. Like he's checking if Fauci is selling this to the press.
Whenever you're having an effect,
Did you hear him?
not to take your foot off the accelerator and on the brake, but to just press it down on the accelerator. And that's what I hope and I know that we can do over the next 30 days. And as I said the other day and on one of the interviews, we are a very strong and resilient nation. If you look at our history,
Don't do my job, Fauci. I do the soaring speeches. Did you hear me talking? I'm the only person that can make the hearts of Americans swell.
we've been through some terrible ordeals.
Yeah, we just sat through one right before Dr. Birx was talking.
This is tough. People are suffering, people are dying. It's inconvenient from a societal standpoint, from an economic standpoint to go through this. But this is going to be the answer to our problems. So let's all pull together and make sure, as we look forward to the next 30 days, we do it with all the intensity and force that we can.
Notice he looked down for a couple of details, but mainly did everything he said, which was pretty straightforward, pretty much exactly what Trump said in some ways, but without having to read it off a piece of paper.
Thank you.
Mike, go ahead. I don't care. Thank you, Mr. President. I want to, first of all, thank you for leaving your jacket unbuttoned so that your tie points to your crotch. It's one of my favorite things you do when you get dressed in the morning, and I'm so glad to be there every day to help you. Let me hold up a new graphic I had made that's 30 days to stop the spread. If we can just follow the president's guidance.
Thank you, Mr. President, and to Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci. I know I speak on behalf of the President and people all across this country when I express our great admiration and appreciation to both of you for helping to
Well, I know that's true about the American people. I'm not really sure about Trump.
steer our nation through this challenging time.
I think he'd like to kill the messenger if he had a choice.
The American people have now seen what the President saw when he
What, now he's a psychic? What the
made the decision. At the end of
When the president said, we won't really need this, and There's just one lady who's sick, and I hear she's getting better, and it's 15-0. And I always knew it was a pandemic, even after I didn't. But we'll probably have the whole country open by Easter, and we may not even need the full 15 days, but we'll see, and all that stuff. I think the American people are now seeing that he was right, that there's going to be another month, and it's going to continue.
15 days to slow the spread, to ask the American people to give us 30 more days, to continue to put into practice
Oh my God, he's got a new laminate.
the president's coronavirus guidelines for America.
30 days to slow the spread,
And as you just heard
or as we call it in New York, the schmear.
from experts, we have reason to believe that it's working. As Dr. Fauci just said, there are
You know why you have a reason to believe it's working? It's because you don't have a choice.
difficult days ahead.
There is no option. It
Our
doesn't
hearts and
include
our
that.
prayers go out to the families that have lost loved ones,
Mm-hmm.
and those, as the president just reflected, who we know are struggling at this hour in hospitals across the nation.
They didn't really mention that.
Um,
He just mentioned his friend who, I don't know, one day he's fine, next day he's in a coma.
But to each and every one of us, do not be discouraged, because what you can do to protect your health, the health of your family, what you can do to
Look, they're doing a shoulder shot of Trump. Get a shot over his shoulder of the press.
ensure that our
Get a shot of Pence running things while he stands on the side.
healthcare providers
Get back.
have the
Don't get near him. He's got coronavirus.
resources and our hospitals have the capacity to meet this moment is put into practice the president's coronavirus guidelines for
They're not the president's coronavirus guidelines. He didn't make these up. They're standard protocol.
Okay.
Jesus, man.
really is what every American can do.
You could do
30 days to slow
do what the president wants you to do.
the spread. 30 days to make a difference in the lives of the American people, American families, and the life of our nation. Allow me to give you a few brief updates.
By the way, Pence is reading a speech, prepared, and he's looking down at it probably for 2 words out of every sentence.
Before the president takes questions. First and foremost, we continue to work very closely with governors around the nation. The president and I spoke to all the governors, all the states
He's got cue points. He knows what happened. He was awake during the process.
and territories yesterday.
He's giving a normal speech like a normal politician, and it looks like a friggin' miracle compared to Trump's weird, monotonous oatmeal speech, which, by the way, I love oatmeal. That was wrong of me to even.
And since we were last together, the president and I have spoken directly to several governors around the country, including
And nothing matters to me than the moments when the president and I are last together.
Illinois, Louisiana, Michigan, New York, and other states.
Let me just touch my nose real quick and flick a burger on.
At the present moment, the president has declared 29 major disaster declarations.
Because Biden's team has been calling them and telling them this is what you have to do. You have to get the federal government to declare a federal disaster area for your state. Otherwise, you won't get access to all the stuff that's in the stockpiles and what they're bringing up. You'll have to pay for it extra out of your own budgets, and you can't because you can't run a deficit like the federal government can.
Authorized 10 different states to use full federal funding, so-called Title 32 funding, to pay for their National Guard.
Mm-hmm.
And as of this afternoon, FEMA reports some 17,000 National Guard have been activated in states around the country to provide support for coronavirus response. On the subject of testing, we have now completed more than 1.1 million tests around the country.
And those took so long. And by the way, you have not completed them. They have taken the tests. They have not processed all those tests. They got the swabs, but some of the swabs are hanging out in a lab for a couple of days waiting to get tested because they're short on some of the chemicals necessary for the tests.
Closely with governors around America to assist them in drive-through and community testing centers. I spoke with Governor.
Yeah, dude, all those. Have you guys seen those Walmart parking lot drive-through things? I mean, South Korea would be so jealous if they actually existed.
J.B. Pritzker of Illinois today.
Well, he was super happy with you guys. By the way, asked for N95 masks, got regular surgical cloth masks.
A testing center that they've established in cooperation
that they have established.
with the U.S. Public Health Service.
Yeah, they told you it was happening.
We remind every governor.
We've been working very closely with the states that call us up and go, eat shit, we're doing this on our own. And that's a great phone call.
In every laboratory and hospital in the country, it's imperative that you continue to report
What does imperative mean again?
daily to the CDC the results of those tests to give us the visibility.
Fill in our, please call us. Let us know what is going on. We have our heads so far up our asses, we think the sun never shines.
On the data to best inform
Thank you, Joe Carter.
resource decision.
I will do my best to keep you laughing through this nonsense because it's going to get tough. I appreciate that. This is wit. It's spontaneous. Enjoy.
Also, we reiterate today to governors in person.
Why does the mic keep going out? They keep switching from the room mic to the
And also
Back
through
to the
correspondence to every governor, the importance
says the guy who couldn't get the audio working in the beginning, thought it was his fault. Turns out it was the White House.
of using their National Guard, if need be, to move
Oh, need be. Oh, indeed. Need be.
medical supplies.
Mhm.
FEMA is very busy, as you'll hear in a moment, delivering literally millions of supplies to states around the country.
Because, and still they're delivering half the necessary materials.
Urging every governor to make sure to work with their state emergency management team and maybe use the National Guard to move those supplies from warehouses to hospitals.
You know that guy swimming offshore and who got bit by a shark and he started to drown? Well, as the designated David Hasselhoff of the beach, lifeguard with my little buoy and my super cute red shorts, I think I should get credit for swimming halfway out.
At the present moment, as the president said, we've distributed
Getting blood in the water and swimming back.
more than 11.6 million N95 masks, more than 8,100 ventilators around the nation, millions of face shields, surgical masks, and
8,100 ventilators of the 10,000 ventilators that the ones they're going to pull back.
gloves.
We're starting to get a picture of the actual math. It slips out.
We initiated an air bridge that the president announced.
So we have 1,900 ventilators in reserve right now, and New York alone needs 30,000 of them. And Louisiana is short, like, I think at their high projection day, on that one day alone, they'll need 983 of them.
Yesterday. Flights have arrived in New York, one arrived in Illinois yesterday, and a flight will arrive in Ohio in the next 24
Have you seen the big plane? It looks like a big Tylenol.
hours. FEMA is literally working and contracting around the world with now more than 51 flights that will be bringing vital medical supplies. On the subject of ventilators, FEMA is currently delivering 400 ventilators to Michigan, 300 to New Jersey, 150 to Louisiana, 50 ventilators to Connecticut, and in the last week and in the week ahead, more than 450 ventilators to Illinois. This is in addition to more than 4,400 ventilators that the president and FEMA directed to the state of New York.
Okay, so that's the other half of the 8,100.
We just want people that are working on the front lines that the president just spoke about, Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci spoke about. We want you to know help is on the way. And at the president's
And in 100 days, there'll be enough of these tests.
direction, we're going to leave no stone unturned.
No, there's a lot of stones you're leaving unturned. I don't even think they need that many. I was talking to a guy who runs those kind of things, and he was like, "Why do they need that many masks?" And I was like, "I don't know. They're probably selling them in the parking lot."
Anywhere in
No stone will be unturned to find out who is defrauding the New York hospital system and selling masks to Italy.
America or anywhere in the world to make sure that you have the resources and the equipment to do your job.
Unless you're in Illinois.
So again, I want to just say thank you, America.
Thank you, America. By thank you, America, I mean Mr. President, because I don't make a differentiation. You are America.
Thank you for stepping up. Thank you for putting into practice the 15 days to slow the spread.
And as we move them into 30 days to hold the spread, hold it up.
And thank you for the response that tens of millions have already had for the 30 days to slow the spread.
You mean the 45 days to slow the spread?
Encourage each one of you, as we have governors around the country, to spread the word about the guidelines.
but not the disease. So slow the spread of the disease, but speed up the spread of the guidelines. Shit, how many days will it take to slow that spread?
Listen to your state and local authorities in areas that are more greatly impacted.
But ignore them in the places where the testing is low. So red states, time to go back to Chili's, folks. It's Taco Tuesday.
Continue to urge people in the areas of New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut to refrain from travel around the country, and people who've traveled from that area, check your temperature and self-quarantine for 14 days.
Now we know, of course, as the president has ignored repeatedly, which is one of the things that makes him as handsome as he is, that asymptomatic spread is probably the key reason why this killer is wiping out so many people all over the earth, and makes it different from the flu and Ebola and H1N1 and all those things. But so wait after you've traveled. Don't quarantine yourself right away. If you just came from the New York area where you know that 1 in 1,000 people is definitely carrying it, and you're one of 1,000 people who left every 20 minutes over the last 9 days, unless you've got a fever, go shopping.
You can see from that chart the unique challenges people in the greater New York
The charts aren't up right now. They won't let me run the thing.
area are facing with the coronavirus, and we want to do all that we can to protect your health.
By the way, her scarf is tied rather tightly today. I don't know if that's because that's what's keeping her head on, like that old ghost story.
Focus resources on the community and prevent unnecessary spread. Lastly, as the president highlighted yesterday, businesses around America are stepping up as never before. Tomorrow,
And stepping down and stepping back and falling over.
I'll travel with Secretary Sonny Perdue to Gordonsville, Virginia, to the Walmart Distribution Center, just so the American people can see firsthand how the food supply is continuing to roll on 18 wheels and through air freight all over America.
And to basically do a commercial for Walmart to secure their funding for the election cycle over the next little thing. One thing I won't see while I'm there, besides missing the president, which I always do when I'm traveling, but we FaceTime, and he always kisses my teddy bear before I go, is one of those drive-through Walmart parking lot testing centers, because they don't exist.
We thank again the grocery store operators around America and everybody that's working out on the highways and byways every day to keep the
Yes, we do, but you don't get credit for that. None of us do.
food supply
They're doing it. That's what saluting someone means.
rolling and rolling strong.
I'd like to thank myself for saluting those people, and I'd like to thank the president for noticing the peons like no one ever does.
To the American people, though, we just want to assure you that we're going to continue to work our hearts out to make sure our healthcare providers have everything they need, that
He
anyone
wanted to say butts off, but mother wouldn't let him.
struggling with coronavirus has the support and healthcare they need. I'm absolutely confident. Seeing the way our governors are responding, seeing
That they will do all the work that we're refusing to do.
the team the president has assembled in the White House Coronavirus Task Force, confident of the prayers of the American people that we'll get
Oops, we lost one of the White Houses on the right.
through this. But it
Oh,
will
back.
take all of us doing
It went to sleep. Don't do that. Inactive for my TV that I put in the bedroom.
our part.
The White House does. They
And we'll
put on the end of the frame of the bed where I watch Fox News.
together.
You.
Just to be clear, what is the projected death toll? Should people be reasonably good at following these mitigation measures?
Well, if they're reasonably good, I guess we could say that, I'd like to have maybe Dr. Fauci or Deb come up and say, I have
Deb. Because I don't want to say the death toll. I want them on camera saying the death toll.
numbers, but I'd rather have them say the numbers if you don't mind. It's big.
Yeah. Whoa, did I call that one? Holy. I'd rather have them. I'd rather not give you that soundbite.
It's a big question.
The big question.
So of course, this is a projection, and it's a projection based on using
Yeah. 100 to 200,000 is the absolute bottom if everything goes exactly right.
very much
And they exaggerated the top end numbers And they probably exaggerated the low end numbers for their projections because it's off from some of the other projections that I've seen, so that they can claim when it's lower that it's because of stuff they did, not the country did, the people did, the governors did. I saved like 500,000 people. Right.
happened
That's what he's going to say.
immediately.
Yeah, 1.5 million died, but it could have been 2.
And then looking at all the models. And so
When do we get to look at models? Wait a second. Do we get to barge into their dressing room while they're getting changed? Oh, statistical models. Boring.
as you saw on that slide, that was our real number, that 100,000
We have a slide now?
to 200,000. And we think that that is the range. We really believe and hope every day that we can do a lot better than that. Because that's not assuming 100% of every American does everything that they're supposed to be doing. But I think that's possible.
Over the next 2 weeks, you said that the next 2 weeks are gonna be very painful. Is the bulk of this gonna happen over the next 2
You
weeks?
have
Yeah, April 15th to 16th will be the peak of the primary first days. The problem is the rolling effect, because the other states that haven't been listening, that had their thumb up their ass and were, red states particularly, who end up having epicenters, are going to be a week and a half after that.
upslope. So as mortality, the fatalities to this disease will increase, and then it will come back down, and it will come back down slower than the rate at which it went up. And so
And all during that time, people are dying.
that is
That's days of people dying.
really the issue,
Yeah.
how much we can push the mortality down.
So our hope is to get that down as far as we possibly can.
What a novel concept. I would like as few Americans to die as possible. I'm going to run on that.
Modeling that Dr. Berg showed predicts that number that you saw. We don't accept that number, that's what's going to be. We're going to be doing everything we can to get it even significantly below that. So, I don't want it to be a mixed message. This is the thing that
See, they've got that it's behind me. See that guy? He's holding the microphone right there. They switch back and forth to that guy. That's why they're getting the kind of weird
we
Doppler
need to
effect.
anticipate, but that doesn't mean that that's what we're going to accept. We want to do much, much better than that.
Yeah, that's true. We all do. That's why we're staying home.
But doctor, when we look at the curve, it goes much further in time. So we would have death and
Don't look at the bottom line.
cases for much longer. I mean, we do
So
expect
you can
far.
put up slide number 2. So that's a generic, I'm sorry, if you can go back to the slides and put up slide 2. Okay, so what I showed you was a generic picture of what happens in an epidemic when you mitigate. So no mitigation, mitigate.
No, not generic.
This is based on
That's an actual prediction based on the time scale and epidemiology of this particular virus. What do you think? Every possible pandemic that rolls across, we get 2.2 million people, the highest level of dead, and the lowest is 100 to 250,000? What are you talking about? That's not.
experience around the globe with this particular virus. And so it does have a tail, but
Like a comet, Space Force could handle it.
you can
By the way, most people don't know you can use my hair to open a Coke bottle.
by this projection, and this is the IHME data, the peak is over the next 2 weeks, and this is tracking mortality, so the number of fatalities from this virus. And so
Yeah, that's per day.
that's the part that we think we can still blunt through the superb medical care that every client is receiving, but also even more stringent people following the guidelines.
I can't see the small characters, but are we seeing death until June? I can't really.
This is June.
This is June, so we would still see problems and deaths in June.
It's a projection.
It's a projection, of course.
So, just getting back to what I said about the stepwise thing,
Dude, you're going to see deaths from this disease until there's a vaccine. They're talking about the hump of this. And then once you have people isolating out, Oh, God.
It's always lag.
It's May 29th.
You will be seeing deaths at a time when, as an epidemic, we're doing really, really well because the deaths will lag.
Dr. Fauci, should Americans be prepared for the likelihood that there will be 100,000 Americans who die from this virus?
They just want you to say the number. Don't say the number. Guys, you saw the projection. Just say it. Just say, look, this is the model that we have. We're trying to keep it as low as possible. Don't say 100,000 dead. They're just trying to get you on record so they can slam you later. Like, this is not useful.
The answer is yes. We need, as sobering a number as that is, we should be prepared for it. Is it going to be that much? I hope not. And I think the more we push on the mitigation, the less likelihood it would be that number. But as being realistic, we need to prepare ourselves that that is a possibility, that that's what we will see.
Very short period of time for that to happen.
I love the phrase, very short period of time. Like my taxes and the GOP health plan.
Can the country handle that in such a short period of time, within a couple of months? 50,000 a month.
It will be difficult. I mean, no one is.
Can they handle it? No. There's going to be that many because we can't handle it. This is just the deaths from the disease, by the way. This is not the deaths from when the hospital is full and people who come there for other shit just die. This is not domestic violence murders during this time. This is not suicides during this time. This is not like accidents no EMT actually gets to.
Denying the fact that we are going.
And they're not adding, those numbers aren't in there. Put that on top of the regular number of deaths in May and April from last year.
Through a very, very difficult time right now. I mean, we're seeing what's happening in New York. That is really, really tough. And if you extrapolate that to the nation, that will be really tough. But that's what it is, Jim, and we're going to have to be prepared for that.
Yeah, I think because the model,
Okay, Kokomoto.
that
Thank you,
model
Kayla.
that was from IHME, that's based and heavily laden by the data that has come in from New York and New Jersey and Connecticut.
Because that's the only data that we have besides California and Washington State, and the rest of the states that are doing horribly aren't giving us any data.
So, that can skew to a higher peak and more significant mortality. If all of the other states are able, and all the other metro areas are able to hold that
Now, Atlanta's next. Nashville's going to get horrible.
base number down,
No,
then it's a very different picture.
it's a fantasy.
But you have to predict on the data you have, which is heavily skewed to New York and New Jersey.
Just one extra thing, getting back to that, that's really an important slide that Dr. Burke showed. The cluster of other cities that are not New York and not New Jersey. If we can suppress that from any kind of a spike, the numbers could be significantly lower than.
But you're not testing in any of those places. You have no idea where this is occurring. Like you have no idea how many tests there are, how many ill there are.
Some cities that are not following these
Right,
guidelines.
and that's
very
the reason my plea at the end of my remarks, Jim, that now is the time to put your foot on the accelerator, because that's the only thing that's going
I
to
mean, step on the brake, I think.
stop those peaks.
Get where he's coming
And
from.
some of the cities are doing very well, as you see.
Some of them are great, you know what I mean? We can ignore those entirely. They don't even need respirators.
Well, at this early stage. But the number, the doctor said 100,000, the number is between 100 and 200,000, maybe even
350,000.
We would hope that we could keep it.
Do we have the
under-
next slide or the
President.
slide after that? Just go, one more slide. Perfect, yeah, thank you.
Would you tell cities that aren't doing what, New York, New Jersey, Washington, the cities that have been taking charge in all of this, would you urge some of the cities that haven't been doing this, Mr. President, to get with the program?
Well, I would, but if you see New York, I believe the blue is New York. New York is having a much harder time than other of the cities.
If you notice, the thing like this is better than the thing like this. Yeah, and he's asking you if you might want to tell those other states to listen, because they're a week and a half behind New York. And if you look at New York's number before the ramp up started, they were low too. Remember your little statement about Louisiana?
Certain cities
There was nothing there, and then all of a sudden, boom!
doing, actually, if you look down here, an incredible job.
Doing a great job. We're doing a great job ignoring how many are sick there.
They were early.
We're only testing people who already are sick and in the hospital.
They were very, very firm. And done an incredible job. This is
They were very firm, Mr. President. But there's cushion where you need it.
New Jersey, New York. This is
I mean, if you remember, California and Washington State were down here, and they had some of the earliest cases.
But we're seeing places in Florida not doing what New York and New Jersey have been doing,
Like testing,
Washington State has been
like those numbers are bullshit.
doing very well with comparison.
They're doing super good. Look at the thing. Look at the green line.
Mr. President,
Just look at the green one.
Yes, John?
Could maybe direct the question to you and then to Dr. Fauci as well.
I have one bullshit question and one real question. You can answer the bullshit question, and then we'll go to the real question to Dr. Fauci.
You told us yesterday that you're accomplishing, or the U.S. at least is accomplishing 100,000 tests per day, but we're still hearing difficult stories from the front lines.
I have never heard any problems with none. Even that governor yesterday who was saying he was having problems with testing, I never heard anything. Like, while he was talking, my ears went completely cold.
First responders that you praised so appropriately a little while ago, that they can't test all of the people that they need to test. Do you have any kind of projection as to when everyone who needs a test will be?
Well, I project my ill will onto other people, and I project the most villainous behavior upon other things. That's why I call you a nasty, awful reporter, and why I think you're being very snarky and dismissive. And
to receive one?
I would like to project doing better than possibly ever.
I
We're doing a
can
fantastic job.
only say that we're doing more than anybody in the world by far. We are testing highly accurate tests. These are tests that work. As you know, many tests are being sent to countries and they're broken. Well, we're
They're
doing,
broken. What is this shit?
every day we get
Batteries not included. Kind of crap test is this? I'm never buying Nerf again. Stupid Nerf test.
and the word is exponential. We are getting more
The word is exponential. That's the word I want to use. Love it.
and more. And
More and more. More, and many, many, many.
we have the new test that you saw yesterday.
Saw yesterday that I held upside down.
That's going to be rolled out.
So good. I'll roll it. It doesn't actually roll. I tried it, rolled off the table yesterday, but it didn't roll.
I think tomorrow or the next day.
Someday, I don't know. We're going to hear more about when we might possibly have a website up that will tell you when it's possible that there might be an occasional something.
It's going to take only a few minutes, literally a few minutes to see the result.
Yeah, necessary. It's why the second wave won't be as bad as this one. Won't be out and ready for weeks.
And it's a highly accurate result.
So far, we don't know.
I mean, tests were given out not by us, by other countries, where there was a 50-50 chance that it was wrong. What kind of a test is that? These
Yeah, the Chinese. They sent them to Czechoslovakia, the Czech Republic.
are highly accurate tests, but the new
You don't get to let China be the standard for what we should expect from our own leaders. What?
that are coming out are very quick, and they were
Coming out very quick. I got it out of the box in a couple of seconds. Sure, I held it upside down, opened the flap the wrong way, but and we can't use that one because it's not sterile anymore. But it wasn't a working model anyways. It was not.
developed.
It didn't even have a power cord. I looked for the instructions, couldn't find them.
But Labs did the one yesterday.
Excuse me, Mr. President. I have a non-bullshit question.
So we're doing more than anybody in the world by far.
No, that's not true.
They're very accurate tests, and we're getting a lot of information from those tests.
Nah, we're not testing nearly enough in the other areas where those lines are really low, largely because we're not testing. Ask Louisiana, Tennessee.
The test president unveiled yesterday.
Unveiled. Unboxed, you mean? I did unboxing videos are big on YouTube.
The Abbott Laboratories test, which is a 15-minute test. Our team
Say 5. I said 5.
is working very closely with Admiral Giroir and FEMA to make sure that those are distributed around the country. Earlier this week, Abbott Laboratories is actually going to be producing 50,000 tests a day and distributing those around America. There's already the machines in some 18,000 different locations around the country. And they've told us they have several thousand on the shelf now. And what we're doing is trying to identify the areas where we may yet have pockets, or, as Dr. Birx often says, where we want to do more immediate testing so that we can do what's called surveillance testing to identify.
Yeah, you mean where all those lines that are really, really low that you were just touting as they're doing a great job and they were very firm in the very beginning, they were very firm. You might want to run those tests down there to find out that their numbers are like already half of what New York has. I mean, like that, and they don't have nearly the resources that New York State has.
Where there may be coronavirus cases where there's been very little incident. But if I could just amplify one other point.
Yeah, please.
And that is that when you look at this chart,
We have no data
go back 15 days.
to when we weren't collecting data from New York either.
The reality is that, and this is me speaking as a layperson, but as I've listened to our experts, I mean, New York and the greater New York City area have unique challenges. It's a city that we really believe may have had exposure to the coronavirus much earlier on than we could have known, and had its own challenges. And New York, Connecticut, New Jersey are leaning into this effort.
And after the president told everybody that he was going to quarantine and lock down the entire area, a lot of the people that were there who had been exposed to it for months and months and months spread out all over the country, asymptomatically, bringing it to Louisiana and Florida and Tennessee and Arkansas. And
But when we look at this chart for all the other states, including Washington State and California, it really does give evidence that, at least it begins to give evidence that the 15 days to slow the spread is working.
no, it doesn't. You're not testing in any of those areas. You've done 1 million tests, most of them in New York. Thanks, Mark.
And that, in fact, the American people are putting these things into practice in states across the country, including in New York and New Jersey, even though they've faced a greater magnitude of cases for certain circumstances that are related to international travel in those communities. But I think the
National shelter in place.
I know, I
Something
think the
across
American
country.
people, what I'd suggest to you, Jim, is the American people can look at these numbers in the other 48 states,
And pretend to feel good about it.
and they can see that in the last 15,
The president's 30 days to slow the spread. Oh.
the president's coronavirus guidelines were working, and that's
His
precisely why
guidelines.
President Trump is asking every American
Asking every minute to follow.
to continue to put these guidelines into practice for 30 more days.
Mr. President, can I just follow up on testing? Just a quick question.
Burks, you guys give all the bad news. This is all this bullshit stats. You made me change the whole thing. I thought Easter still would work.
So right now,
Hydroxychloroquine, Easter eggs.
worried about
That's what we're gonna do. Maybe if you fill chocolate bunnies with
4,000
Tamiflu and Clorox.
here in the United States. You're suggesting a spike of more than 90,000 deaths over the next few weeks. Do you have a demographic breakdown of the
Yeah, anybody who's got heart disease, hypertension's the highest rated thing on all the comorbidity factors coming out of China, out of Italy, anywhere else. Hypertension is the primary one. Second, diabetes.
that are most at risk and where most of those deaths may occur?
Well, right now, and I think if you ask Chris Murray, he would say he's using the information coming out of New York and New Jersey and applying that to potentially other states having the same outcomes.
No, that's about who has it.
I just want to say again, this yellow line, and this is all corrected for 100,000 residents. So this is normalized, so we can compare apples to apples. This is still Washington State, this yellow. So they've been able to, for a long time of measuring cases, not have a spike. So it's possible.
Yeah, because nobody hangs down in Seattle downtown like they do in even Nashville.
And we're watching very
Too chilly. There's a couple of marketplaces, some tourist stuff. As soon as tourism dried up, it was a ghost town.
close
It's almost always a ghost town anyways.
to make sure it doesn't have a spike.
Christ.
But that's what the people in Washington State are doing.
Yeah, by the way, excellent point, Rob Glenn. I would like to say thank you for pointing out the fact that this is a terrible presentation. that they have gray and blue and white in the background. They are showing these slides to cameras, and they've decided to make the pages largely white. Like, are you? Do we have no one in charge of graphics? They made the hill of everything else the same color as the background because they didn't want to make it red. They were choosing all unalarming colors.
This is what every community, Washington State early, about 2 weeks before New York or New Jersey. California, a week before New York or New Jersey, really talked to their communities and decided to mitigate before they started seeing this number of cases. And now we know that that makes.
No. Seattle, if you've ever spent any time there, is easier to isolate. I mean, it's an isolated place where grunge came from, for Christ's sake. Like, there's a reason everybody's alone. It makes sense to the environment up there. As soon as you told people not to go to work in Seattle, they happily did it.
Big difference. Early, as Dr. Fauci said, if you wait till you see it, it's too late.
And again, do you have a demographic breakdown?
You mean like Louisiana and Tennessee and Oklahoma,
Dr. Burks,
Florida?
where these deaths may occur?
So there's a demographic breakdown.
Demodethic.
we
There's a
discussed
megadeth number.
before related to mortality. And it's
What do you mean I don't know how to read a chart?
as we're seeing in New York, exactly what we saw in Italy. Very low mortality, not to say that young people under 30 or young people under 40 aren't getting ill. They are, but most of them are recovering. So
Yeah, but they take up a ventilator or a respirator, which is necessary for somebody else.
profile.
And if they have to stay on it for 20 days to stay alive, they'll die too.
Looks identical to Italy, with increasing mortality with age and pre-existing medical conditions.
Yeah, and in this country, we have a tremendous problem with obesity in every age range, diabetes, and hypertension in school kids.
That is holding in the same way. But what we're hoping is that through the work of communities, and again, it comes down to communities. This is communities deciding that this is important to them.
What? If you just want people in your neighborhood to die, we can't help you, folks. Honestly, think about this, all right? I need a scarf when I'm doing her. I gotta
To
figure
not
out.
have the experience of New York and New Jersey.
See, because New York and New Jersey don't care about their communities. They just like, who cares? You know what I'm saying? I don't care. It's a bunch of Irish dudes die. Who cares?
And I think, we are worried about groups all around the globe. I mean, I don't know if you heard the report this morning, there's 8,000 ventilators in the UK. If you translate that to United States, that would be like the United States having less than 40,000 ventilators.
We do have less than 40,000 ventilators available now because the rest of them are already in use
We have 5 times that amount.
because we have 10 times the population or 5 times the population. What is the current rate? I mean, obviously, we don't have nearly as many people in the United States as, say, South Korea does. Because, Jesus, they've got a town that just has 38 million people in it.
I mean, these.
By the way, when he said that yesterday, he was like, you know how many people live in Seoul? Any idea? And I was like, basically, Washington, D.C. metro area, including Baltimore. Yeah, that's about 9 million people. He's like, 38 million people. No. Chongqing in China is one of the biggest cities in the world. It has 35 million people in it.
The things that everybody is having to face. And I think the United States is in an excellent position from our medical care position.
You mean as opposed to sub-Saharan Africa or Pakistan?
We don't want to have to test that system.
It's being tested. Stop acting like there's a choice in this friggin' matter. You want to call it war? Then act like it's a real war. If you want to use that analogy, then say we got to fight this enemy, and it's a vicious one, and we're gonna lose a lot of lives, but it's that or our primary existence.
This to be a much smaller epidemic.
Somebody's calling green scarf tomorrow. I think you're right. I think she's on a rotating basis. We're gonna find some sort of QAnon code in which one.
Up on the testing question real quick before we move on. So, so the testing numbers, I understand 1 million tests done is a big increase, but we were told there would be
Millions and millions and many, many millions and many. It's an exponential growth. Exponential.
27 million tests available by the end of the month. So can you outline where in the supply chain, where in the
That was something the president said, and that's bullshit. So you guys should have like just a president says file and then a reality file, and then just kind of know.
logistics chain are those other 26?
I'd be glad to say that. I'll throw myself under the bus for you, Mr. President.
Where
When
are
we said 27 million, we were just talking about the president testing a bunch of 27-year-olds.
26 million tests right
I
now?
think this is, just for purposes of clarifications, there's a
Watch out.
between sending a test that can be administered to a test.
What? When I talk about tests, we want tests that actually can work versus tests that are pieces of shit that fall apart in your hands. Just to clarify.
Being done. Because a month ago,
Okay, so now we're getting to 1.1 million tests where they swab people, but we haven't gotten to the number that they've actually run them through the test and given a result yet. And now he's going to claim that the 1.1 number isn't the tested versus confirmed or positive or negative, but that's the number of tests that have. Well, I don't know what the fuck he's going to say.
or more, the president brought together the top commercial labs in America and said,
Yeah,
"We
the states did that, and then told you.
need you to partner with us to create a brand-new system that would rapidly process tests." We're now at 1.1 million tests, and we believe it's a fair estimate that we're testing about 100,000 Americans a day.
Which
That'll-
is not nearly enough, because you have to test all the medical providers because they are interacting. Look, people, if you have to wait more than a day to get a result, you have a medical, like a doctor or a nurse practitioner or hospital technician, they're out for a day if they think they show symptoms. And that's not even an asymptomatic test, which they should all be able to get when they walk in the building. That's why these Abbott tests are fantastic if they actually get them up. They should be in every hospital for the staff.
Continue to grow, it'll continue to accelerate. But I think
We also need antibody tests, because once somebody has the antibodies, they don't have to wear a mask anymore for that stuff. They don't have to wear the full PPE.
understanding early on was there were many tests.
Not that there aren't 100 other pathogens always roaming around too, by the way. It's the end of Jaws remark, by the way. Like I said before, like at the end of Jaws, they blow up the shark, fill the water with blood and sinew and fat and teeth, and then swim kick paddling on a board back to the island, which they're a mile and a half from, forgetting that the water is full of blood and other sharks now.
Being distributed, many test kits being sent, but under the old system, as the president's described it, the antiquated system, those were being processed in state labs or at CDC or in private labs on a very slow, methodical.
Yeah, we know. That's why you needed to ramp up 6 weeks ago.
System that could only produce maybe
They were just lame.
30 to 50 tests a day. But this new partnership that we have with commercial laboratories allows the progress we're making. But the breakthrough with Abbott Laboratories now moves to point of care, which means you're going to have devices and tests that people will literally be able to take at their doctor's office, at a hospital, at a clinic, at a nursing home, and have the results in 15 minutes.
They don't need that. There's not enough of them. That needs to go to the medical staff, so the medical staff know whether or not they are infected and can get themselves out of the chain. If they just have regular sniffles or they're just having chest pains from stress, they'll know the difference.
Those 26 million tests we were talking about, were those
Yeah, that was just bullshit, Joel.
under the old antiquated system? And
Yes.
now, so are we still even using those 27 million tests, or have we just completely moved on
Uh-oh, Burks is moving in.
to the point
The
of
answer
care
is
tests?
yes. Now
So-
through the new system.
No, the answer isn't yes. What?
Even today, which is, I have to say, coming out of laboratories and developed tests and worked on vaccines and then gone to the field to actually combat epidemics. It is disappointing to me right now that we have about 500,000 capacity of Abbott tests that are not being utilized. So they are out, they're in the states, they're not being run and not utilized. So now we have to figure out
Why? Why are they not being run? Do they not have the update in the actual software that reads the proper enzymes? Or why wouldn't they? Are they just being dicks? Why are the states being dicks?
how do we create awareness? Because sometimes when you put an early platform out,
Oh, this is where you like, we gave them a bunch of ventilators in a warehouse in New Jersey, and they're like, where are they? And we're like, dude, we dropped them off yesterday. And they said, like, where? And they're like, you don't know? And then I was like, okay, you guess, and I'll tell you if you're getting cold or warm.
like our first platform out in the high speed was Roche. So you get that out, people get dependent on that, and then don't see that there's availability of other tests.
What seat? You're supposed to coordinate it. That's what your task force is for.
Right now, there's over 500,000 tests.
I don't know why it hasn't occurred to them that they have devices around them that didn't work yesterday but will work today because
Capacity that are not being utilized. So we're trying to figure out how
the president's board
we inform
has
states
to go potty.
where these all are. How do we work through every laboratory association so they're aware? And how do we raise awareness so people know that there's point of care, there's Thermo Fisher, there's Abbott testing, and there's Roche. And if you add those,
I don't know, maybe form a task force that informs them regularly, and when you're on the call with them, give them those options. Am I what?
together, that's millions of tests a week.
Not being reported.
And they're not, and so those are the,
But they're not being reported.
or they're not even being used. So that's what's really, so that's what we're working on.
What's the reason they're being used?
Yeah, they're not even informing
Because when
them.
people get used to a single platform, they keep sending it back to that lab. So it's getting in a queue to wait to get on a Roche machine rather than being moved to this other lab that
Tell them.
have Abbott capacity.
Tell them. This is not a habit. They think it's the only thing available until something is.
Because they're all in different laboratories. And so I think, well, actually, Admiral Giroir is figuring it out to really create some kind of visual so that every governor and every health commissioner can see.
A visual. You just told me that there are 50,000 of these available. That's 1,000 per state. Then they should have at least 100 to give out to hospitals for staff to use regularly and supply them up. And that's before the other ones come in. How do they not know that now? How does your task force not make that the primary call this morning? Why at 9 a.m. were you not on the phone with like forming a call bank of staffers associated with the task force to call every hospital that's dealing with COVID directly in every state, going, here's how you rapid test your medical professionals?
All of their
Why am I the one thinking of this?
capacity in their countries, I mean, in their states, county by county,
I'm not the only one. Every reporter who's sitting there is going, why the shit wouldn't you tell them?
that they know where the tests are. So we pushed a lot of tests out, but they're not all being utilized.
And
And
it's up
so,
to the people, and they don't send them back. I mean, they use them, they don't send them back.
Oh, they take the test and what do? Throw them in the toilet? They swab people and then they leave it on the desk. And they go, what was I in the middle of doing? Oh, yeah, binge watching Game of Thrones. They probably sell the swabs after they swab people.
Doctor, go ahead, please.
What? What do you think they're doing with these? What are you talking about?
Oh, I mean, Dr. Burks explained it very, very well.
No, she didn't.
Just want to get back, John, to
I love you, Fauci, but she's talking out of Pence's ass.
question. It's a logical question. When you look at the number, you want to know what the demography is going to be. This is a number that we need to anticipate, but we don't necessarily have to accept it as being inevitable. And that's
It's a different question. He's talking about testing, not the 200,000 dead again. You're stuck on that,
back
Fauci.
to what I'm saying about we can influence this to a varying degrees.
Only with testing. And if these assholes don't tell everybody what the testing systems available to them are, especially in the cases of states that don't understand it, apparently we're talking about Louisiana and Tennessee right now, and Florida, because New York, California, and Washington have started figuring this out on their own because they actually have leaders.
If we influence it to the maximum, we don't have to accept that. That's something we need to anticipate, but I want to do, not I, all of us want to do much, much better than that.
Of course you do. You're a decent person. That wasn't the question.
I mean, on that front, what do the models suggest is on the low end if you have full mitigation?
Well, it's,
Yeah, they're not going to want to give a low end number because if it's any higher than that, you're going to sting them with it.
That was
between
full
100 and
mitigation.
200,000.
That was full mitigation.
It says 100 to 200,000, anything, which is a lot of people, right? It's a lot of people. Well, you didn't ask the other question. What would have happened, because this is the question that I've been asking Dr. Fauci.
What if we just rode it like a cowboy? What if we said, "Hi-yo, Silver," and rode this disease like a pony?
Works for a long time, and
What if we just didn't do anything? I've been asking that since day one. This is not a brag point, dude. Don't do it.
they've been working on this for a long time.
Uh-huh. Longer than you.
Question is, what would have happened if we did nothing?
That's the question I've been asking him. Why would you admit that you've been asking, what happened if we just do nothing, for a long time?
Because there was a group that said, let's just write it out.
What group was this? Name them. You read every CEO's name. You have the My Pillow guy out. Who's the asshole who said, "Ride 'em cowboy"? Who's the "Ride 'em cowboy" guy?
Let's write it out. What would have happened? And that number comes in at 1.5 to 1.6 million people.
No, 1.5 to 2.2.
Up to 2.2 and even beyond. So that's 2.2 million people.
So I want to get credit for the "Ride 'em cowboy" idiot not doing what he said, which no sane person would even suggest. But I get credit for any number below 1.5 million? No.
Died if we did nothing. We just carried on our life. Now, I don't think that would have been possible because you would have had people dying all over the place. This
Yeah. Dipshit.
would have been a normal life.
Who is it? Who is this? Somebody ask. Who's the person that said "Ride 'em cowboy"?
How many people have even seen anybody die? You would have seen people dying on airplanes. You would have been seeing people dying in hotel lobbies. You would have seen
Oh, God. You would have seen people exploding in phone booths,
death all over.
just dying, death, bloody death. It'd have been like the flopping dead.
I think from a practical standpoint,
Brett, that's just impractical. Everybody dying all over the place. You know,
that
riding it like a cowboy.
been carried out too far. But if you did nothing on the higher side, the number would be 2.2 and maybe even more, and on the lower side, 1.6 million people.
Yeah, we know what happens if you do nothing. Why do you act like that's an option? Who's the "Ride 'em cowboy" guy? You jackass.
But if 100,000 is the number with full mitigation, how do you push
Full
it-
mitigation.
How do you push it lower?
That's what we're.
We'll go together. We've been at this a long time. You go first.
So, John, it's an obvious, very good question. If this is full mitigation and it's 100,000, why am I standing here saying I want to make it better? Because that's what the model tells you it's going to do. What we do is that every time we get more data, you feed it back in and relook at the model. Is the model really telling you what's actually going on? And again,
No, it isn't, because you don't have any of the data from the other states you're touting as being great, with the exception of Washington State and California, which have been busting their ass from the beginning to deal with this.
my modeling colleagues,
And what was Trump's response? Call Inslee an asshole, basically, and complain that, Jesus.
not be happy with me. But models are as good as the assumptions you put into them. And as we get more
Yeah, like if I have a model, I want her to be a 10. If she's an 8, I'm like, how do you say "send her back" in Russian?
data, then you put it in, and that might change. So even though it says, according to the model, which is a good model that we're dealing with, this is full mitigation. As we get more data, as the weeks go by, that could be modified.
Yeah, it will be, and it's going to go up.
Why does the
That's full mitigation, with New York being the worst of it,
model now,
and all the other data being equal to the mitigating factors that Washington State and California have dealt with.
top line on the
But
low
they're not.
estimate Why does that not top out? I think it said 240,000, not 200,000. Is that a change? Is that because the states haven't been doing enough?
You know, it just has to do with if you had more New Yorks and New Jerseys, you know, Chicago, Detroit, LA, Dallas, Houston, you know, all of our major cities modeled like New York. That's what gets us into trouble. But
Yeah, if they even halfway get there, we're over the 200, 300,000 mark.
I'm reassured by looking at the Seattle line, by looking at the
The ones who did everything they possibly could as early as possible, which none of the other places are doing. Oh my God.
LA line, by looking at what California's been able to do, that is not something that I don't believe that's going to happen. That is the outside case of having 10, 15 metros like New York and the New Jersey metro area.
And totally ignoring rural sprawl, where an entire town who interacts, quite frankly, more frequently than sometimes big city people do. You get one super spreader in there or one close group of people, like these church groups that have been coming back together. You get worse than New York numbers.
Community spread pretty early undetected, so don't many of those other states, if not more of them,
Wait for it. Here it comes.
even less information, aren't they likely to see the same spike?
Well,
Yeah.
California and Washington State reacted very early to this. I mean,
What did okay. I would like to remind you that I love the 90s.
yes, Washington State had some of the earliest infections. They have kept it low and steady, and for now a month has been tracking it with a
Thanks to Eddie Vedder.
small increase in the number of cases, but not this logarithmic form of the virus. And so that's the piece that we're trying to prevent. That's the piece that we're trying to prevent in New Orleans, in Detroit, in Chicago, and in Boston right now. And trying to make sure that each of those cities work more like California than the New York metro area.
Mr. President, I just
California is very different from the New York metro area.
wanted to get your
It's one of the areas actually where the fact that LA does not have a really, really functional public transportation system is what mitigated some of the Los Angeles area getting sick and made it lower than, say, San Francisco's rate.
thoughts on face masks. We asked you about this yesterday, and you
And
said
I would like to thank all the people who pooped on the streets of San Francisco that made everybody icky about doorknobs to start with.
you were thinking about it.
And just to end
Yeah.
the last topic, though, I think I can say this because I spoke to Dr. Birx before and to Dr. Fauci. For whatever reason, New York got off to a very late start. And
They didn't get off to a late start. They got hit by it harder because it is an international city. And you didn't shut Europe until, well,
what happens when you get off to a late start?
you mean like Louisiana? You mean like Tennessee? You mean like Florida? You mean like Chicago, Oklahoma, Detroit?
New Jersey got off to, and I think both governors are doing an excellent job, but they got off to a very late start.
You mean because they were told it was 15 cases and just go to zero, and you were getting intelligence briefings that you completely ignored? And you said it was one old lady in public. Well, your intelligence people were telling you that they were making mass graves in China.
Look at Washington State, if you remember, that all started in a very confined nursing home.
Uh-huh.
And you had 20-some odd people, I believe, dying in one home. That doesn't mean it escaped that home.
It didn't. That they mitigated it very early. They recognized the threat and jumped on it with both feet. That's why the number is starting to go down in the Seattle area, which is the majority of the cases in Washington State. P.S.
And so they have a very different statistic than other states. But
Yeah. Thanks for telling us. Their number is very different. First of all, it's orange.
I mean, I remember
Did you see? The line for New York is blue. Their line is orange.
very vividly the nursing home.
I don't know. Is my mic battery dying?
in
Am I
Washington
quiet?
State,
Did I go quiet for a minute? I don't know.
where you had many people dying.
It might be crackling. Hold on. Pausing. Swapping mics. Oh yeah, I got a backup because that's how I roll.
People were dying.
It's no Judge Janine here. Sorry I missed the beginning of the broadcast. The president is worried about the American people and the coronavirus Democratic hoax.
The one exact
My hair looks fabulous. I'm ready for my close-up, Mr. Trump.
location. So they were able to keep that, relatively speaking, into that location.
But on the
Useless lip flapping.
Were you surprised when you saw these projections? The numbers are so low.
No, because I always know. Oh, thank you, Brown Fox. Thanks so much for the super chat. Would you say Shiba dog with sparkles in the eye saying my hair? Oh, you gave me a sticker. That's great. Thank you.
They're very sobering. Yeah, when you see 100,000 people, that's at a minimum number. Now, what we're looking at, and as many people as we're talking about, whatever we can do under that number and substantially under that number, we've done that through.
We will take credit for it, even if it's the states doing it, not us.
Mitigation. We've done that through a lot of very dedicated American people.
Mm-hmm.
That 100,000 is.
Everybody started taking it more seriously than you did earlier, right?
According to modeling, a very low number. In fact, when I first saw the number, and I asked this a while ago, they said it's unlikely you'll be able to attain that. I think we're doing better than that. Now, I think we have to see, but I think we're doing better than that because, as John said, that would be, a lot of lives taking place over a relatively short period of time. But think of what would have happened if we didn't do anything. I mean, I've had.
Why? That's not an option. Do not take credit for doing nothing. Your presidency and your capability as commander in chief cannot be. That's going to be what if I didn't do shit? I mean, my buddy said, "Don't do shit. Ride it, cowboy."
Many friends.
Who's the ride 'em cowboy guy? Name that person.
Business people with great actually common sense. They said, "Why don't we write it out?" A lot of people have said. A lot of people have thought about it. Write it out. Don't do anything. Just
say who. Tell me who are these jackasses? Is it the My Pillow guy? It's the My Pillow guy, isn't it?
And think of it as the flu.
Mr. President, why not take a Jesus take the wheel kind of a situation?
But it's not the flu. It's vicious. When you send a friend to the hospital and you call up to find out how is he doing, it happened to me.
I didn't do it with a woman. If it was a woman, I would have called. But you call up and say, "Yeah, how is he doing?" Hold on, technical issue. 1 second. Be back after this moment. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna try and my battery's gonna die. Hold on, there it is. Okay, I need to get like "Girl from Ipanema" playing in the background when they go there. Okay, here we go.
Goes to the hospital. He says goodbye. He's sort of a tough guy, a little older, a little heavier than he'd like to be, frankly. And you call.
Is it Frank Lee? Is that who it was?
Next day, how's he doing? And he's in a coma. This is not the flu.
Yeah, we know.
We would have seen things had we done nothing. But for a long while, a lot of people were asking that question, I think, right? I was asking it also. I mean, a lot of people were saying, well, let's just write it out. This is
Who said that? Tell me who said that.
Not to be written out, because then you would have been looking at potentially 2.2 million people or more. 2.2 million people in a relatively short period of time.
If you did nothing. So I told my friend, I was like, dude, 2.2 million people. Mostly in red states because they ignored me first.
If you remember, they were looking at that concept. It's a concept, I guess, it's a concept. If you,
No, it's a terrible concept. It's ridiculous. Like Auschwitz was a concept.
if you don't mind death, a lot of death.
You know, some of my concepts are predicated on whether or not you mind death. What?
But they were looking at that in the UK, remember? They were very
Yeah, Boris Johnson. Oh, okay, so this was Boris Johnson's idea?
looking at it. And all of a sudden they went hard the other way because they started seeing things that weren't good. So
You mean dead people?
they were,
If you don't mind death, it's a concept.
you know,
Death. What a concept.
they put themselves in a little bit of a problem. Now Boris tested positive, and I hear I hope he's going to be fine. But in the UK, they were looking at that, and they have a name for it, but we won't even go by the name. But it would have been very catastrophic.
What was the name? What was their name? What we call it Flippity Shire, right? We'll just call it the big blow off, right? Yeah? I've got a good idea. We'll call it giving it the old Prince Andrew. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? We'll call it the architect sketch.
I think if that would have happened, but that was something that everybody was talking about, Steve. Like,
No, they weren't. No, they weren't. No one was saying, screw it. You know who was talking about that? Him, Trump.
just don't do anything. Don't do anything. Forget about everything. Just write it out. They use the expression "write it out." We would have had, at a minimum, 1.5, 1.6, but you would have had perhaps more than 2.2 million people dying in a very short period.
What are you talking about? Yes. Are you a brain specialist? What? You don't have to convince any of us not to do anything. What are you talking about? I had this guy. He said, I talked to Dick Cheney, and he went, why don't you just go down in the bunker, write it out, kind of like a nuclear war, just let everybody just die. Stay down there long enough. There's snacks. We've been raising concubines. You'll be fine. There's a 18-hole golf course down there.
Been a number that the likes of which we've never seen. So now when we look at our package,
Wait, Mike Pence just stiffened a little.
that we just approved for $2 trillion.
Did you say package?
All of a sudden, it seems very reasonable, right? When you're talking about
Oh my God. He thought the number was big. And now that you look at how many people could have died and why you'd have to fix the economy this way. Oh, now.
2 million lives, all of a sudden it seems very reasonable. I must say, a lot of people that have been seeing the more advanced numbers, because these are much more advanced numbers now. When you first started, we didn't know, and this was
I'm dealing with all kinds of advanced numbers now. We, in the beginning, they were using numbers like, I was saying things like 2 + 2 = 4. Now we're saying logarithm.
different kind of a virus, and nobody knew that much about it. Even the experts,
Even the experts, they had no idea. They had to ask me.
know where it's going. But then they see what goes on in Italy, and they see what goes on in Spain. And you see France is having a very hard time, and other countries having a very, very hard time.
Like ours, you mean?
Once they see what's going on, they
There's like, excuse me, dumbass.
start making projections. So I hope they're going to be very high projections, but based on everything else, that would be the number. Let's see if we can do much better than that. I hope we can. Yeah, John?
What about masks?
Really? What a weird thing that you'd want to do much better.
You didn't answer a question about
Yeah, the
masks.
mask.
Okay.
Well, I understand there's an issue with supplies,
That's
but
right.
if there
Well,
was enough.
it's-
No, you don't understand. We gave out so much stuff. There's just too much stuff, honestly. We gave more stuff than
You can use a scarf. A scarf is everybody. A lot of people have scarves, and you can use a scarf. Scarf would be very good. And my feeling is if people want to do it, there's certainly no harm to it. I would say do it, but use a scarf if you want, you know, rather than going out and getting a mask or whatever. We're making millions and millions of masks, but we want them to go to the
Do
hospitals.
what Burks does whenever I walk by her. She pulls her scarf up and sprays me with Lysol.
One of the things that Dr. Fauci told me today is we don't want them competing. We don't want everybody competing.
We have too many masks and we don't want people getting too many masks. So just try something fashionable. Make a t-shirt, wrap it around your face.
With the hospitals where you really need them. So you can use scarves, you can use something else over your face. It doesn't have to be a mask. But it's not a bad idea, at least for a period of time.
Why? Why? Explain. Explain. You mean because mainly it's about not touching your face? Explain that to people. Explain why the scarf would be all right.
Eventually, you're not going to want to do that. You're not going to have to do that. This is going to be gone. It'll be gone.
Bullshit. We're all going to be dressed like the Mandalorian for the rest of our lives. You have to wear a helmet in public.
A long time.
I've already ordered one.
Please.
Mr. President, the mitigation steps that are on your 30-day plan, is that enough or is more needed? Have you been
Well, we're
discussing
going to
that
find out.
behind
We
the scenes?
hope it's enough.
We hope.
We
What I
hope-
want to do is I would love to see the country opened by Arbor Day. You know, people out. I would like to see thousands of people worshiping trees.
It's enough. We hope we're at a level where
We're going to bring back paganism. It'll be a whole thing. I'm going after that vote now.
we say, let's go because our country wants to get back to
Nobody called for that slide, but man, they popped it up there. Anytime the president says the word, we want to throw the graphic up there.
we really want to get back. Everybody wants to get back to work.
Do they? Do they really? I mean, I'm not
yeah.
100% sure on that. I mean, you want to get back to golf. I think that's what this is really about.
I could ask the doctors to answer that question, but we discuss that all the time. What do you think?
When do you think this will be over? I'm so bored.
Recommending harsher
Well, I think
mitigation steps.
I think we've been very harsh. I mean, you look at the streets. I looked at Fifth Avenue today on camera.
I went down there and shot somebody. Nothing.
I didn't see anybody walking on the street, and
Yeah,
I'm
you told that story yesterday. You haven't looked at it again since yesterday.
watching that street. You can't even see. You can't see the.
You can't even see the sidewalk.
You can't see the concrete, and you look at this. Nobody. There was one car. It looked like it might have been a taxi cab, and it was in a time of the morning that normally there'd be a lot of people. I mean, you know, I think the mitigation's been very strong. Please.
Mr. President, will you confirm your plans to defer tariff payments for 90 days? And secondly, on
I
interest...
didn't do anything about tariff payments. I don't know who's talking about tariff payments. They keep talking about tariff payments, and we haven't done that. China's paying us. We made a deal with China. Under the deal, they're paying us 25% on $250 billion, and they pay it. And I spoke with President Xi the other day, and he didn't mention that. We didn't mention that. We had a great conversation, by the way, a really productive conversation.
You never even brought up the disease.
Many things. Most of it was on the virus, but you know, we're not talking. Who are you with? Who are you with?
If I
Who
could
you
just
with?
clarify,
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Who are you with?
Wall Street Journal. There's a report
Owned by Rupert Murdoch.
by the Wall Street Journal and Bloomberg that there's a plan in
I
motion
know it's incorrect reporting.
to...
Well, it might be, but I'm going to have to approve the plan. The one thing I will tell you, I approve everything.
Okay, all right. The buck stops here. It's not my fault, but I approve everything, okay? That's why masks aren't going anywhere.
And they haven't presented it to me. So therefore, it's false reporting. So therefore, don't do the story. If we're going to do something, I'd be glad to let you know. There's nothing wrong with doing it, but we'll let you know. Yeah, please, let a couple of facts, then we'll get back to you. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Philip Whiteman with Real Clear Politics. I wanted to ask you about individual states issuing stay-at-home orders. What do you think, for instance, in Florida, Ron DeSantis has resisted urges to issue one of those, but he said moments ago that if you and the rest of the task force recommended one, that would weigh on him heavily. What sort of circumstances need to be in place for you to make that call and say this is something you should consider?
Different kind of a state. Also, great governor, knows exactly what he's doing, has a very strong view on it. And we have spoken to Ron. Mike, do you want to just tell him a little bit about that?
The president's 30 days to slow the spread are the most magnificent. Since the 10 Commandments, there has not been a better laminated graphic done and we expect that all the governors will follow that.
Well, let me echo our appreciation for Governor DeSantis' leadership in Florida. He's
As a Republican
taking decisive steps from
who barely edged out a guy who was found naked with a male prostitute and methamphetamines a couple weeks ago, and the race was that tight.
on and working closely with our team at the federal level. But let me be very clear on this. The recommendation of our health experts was to take the 15 days to slow the spread
And
have the president extend that to 30 days for every American. Now, that being said, we recognize that when you're dealing with a health crisis in the country, it is locally executed by healthcare workers, but it's state managed. And so we continue to flow information
so they can, if they ignore it, and there's a bunch of deaths in Florida, you can blame them. Okay, cool.
to state governors. We continue
Not our fault.
to hear about the data that they're analyzing and consult with them. But at the president's direction, the White House Coronavirus Task Force will continue to take the posture that we will defer to state and local health authorities on any measures that they deem appropriate.
So that later on, the number of deaths that exceed our projection in those states, we can blame on them, and the president will feed me a cookie while I kneel on one knee with my shoes off. It's a thing.
But for the next 30 days, this is what we believe every American in every state should be doing at a minimum to slow the spread.
Except the governor of Florida.
Unless we see something obviously wrong, we're gonna let the governors do it. Now, if it's obviously wrong, I mean, people can make things, they can make a decision that we think is so far out that it's wrong, we will stop that. But in the case of Governor DeSantis, there's two thoughts to it, and two very good thoughts to it. And he's been doing a great job in every respect, so we'll see what happens. But
No, not so much. He's allowing counties to decide which beaches are open and which are shut. You can see a direct line of people crowding the beaches in a county right next to one that's saying they shouldn't. And because the rules are different county to county, people, do you give a shit where you shop, county to county? Do you even know you can't cross a county line to go to the grocery store sometimes? And no.
we only would exercise if we thought somebody was very obvious. So go ahead, your turn.
Thanks. I had a question.
Where are you from, though? I don't trust anybody. So, are you from?
The Vice President about
Were you at CPAC?
the National Street.
That was a fake cough for the.
But while you're at the podium, I wanted to ask about your call with President Putin a couple days ago. I know a big economic concern for a lot of people has been the state of oil prices right now.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if you raised that with President Putin, if you were able to.
We did.
gain any
We had a call. It
assurances.
was probably about that, the oil prices.
It was probably about that. We had a call. I don't know. Was it? I don't know. He starts all the calls. We FaceTime with but he holds a watch and swings it back and forth. And honestly, I don't remember the rest of the call. And there's nobody taking notes, so it's probably about oil prices. I don't know. I just woke up with my pants on inside out.
Because, as you know, Russia and Saudi Arabia are going
Yeah, we all know that.
at it, and they're really going at it. And by going at it to the extent that they are, the oil has dropped to a point where, it's the greatest tax cut we've ever given, if you look at it that way, because people are going to be paying 99 cents for a gallon of gasoline. It's incredible.
Yeah, okay. Please bookmark that.
In a lot of ways, going to help the airlines, but at the same time, it's hurtful to one of our biggest industries. That's the
Oil and gas?
industry. It's really
Tough.
it's not even feasible what's going on. So I spoke to President Putin about that.
It's so good that people are going to pay 99 cents a gallon for gas, but it's terrible for the consumer who's going to pay. What?
Spoke to the Crown Prince about that, Saudi Arabia. No, I think, they're going to get together and
I mean, I couldn't tell you what the Saudi prince said because the buzzsaw was really loud in the background.
get together and we're going to see what we can do, because you don't want to.
We're going to get together. We're going to shake hands like Putin did with his Surgeon General who tested positive for COVID-19 last week.
Industry. You're going to lose an industry over it. Thousands and thousands of jobs. we have, I don't know if you know, there's oil all over the oceans right now. The boats are all filled. The ships are, they're renting ships that were dying, that weren't doing well, and now, like, that's where they're storing oil, and they're sent out to sea, and they sit there for long periods of time. There's so much oil. In some cases, it's probably less valuable than water in some parts of the world.
Oh my God. Maybe, I don't know, fill the strategic oil reserves then. Buy it on a national level then. Why are the what?
Much more valuable. So we
Cheap gas is great until it isn't.
never seen anything like it. But the two countries are
Can't get all the ventilators from China that we've ordered because all the oil ships are blocking the route.
discussing it, and I am joining at the appropriate time if need be.
They don't need me really. They'll just tell me what they want me to do later.
We had a great talk with President Putin. We had a great talk with the Crown Prince. We also discussed, more so with President Putin in this case, the virus, because Russia's being hit pretty hard.
Really? Because they only list 500 some odd cases and 13 deaths, although they are taking an entire week off from work. That seems kind of extreme when you've only got so few cases. I mean, it's almost as if Putin's full of shit.
And we discussed many things. Trade, we discussed a lot of things with both. But
We can my orders going forward.
case of both, we very much discussed the oil and the oil prices. I mean, you look, it's $22, but it's really much cheaper than that if you want to negotiate. Nobody's seen that. That's like from the 1950s. It really is. You know, to think that it was
Yeah.
50, 60, 70, 80, and now it's 22. But, you know, if you put a good bid in at 9, I think you could probably get what you wanted, right? John?
Did President Trump just set oil futures at $9? Did he just crater that in half? Is this what Putin and MBS wanted him to say? I mean, it's $22, but I mean, really, 9. You could probably buy it for 9. Does he have any idea what impact that just had on markets and futures? $9 a barrel for, yeah. Well, Richard Custer, I mean, don't be sensible right now. Why is he discussing gas prices while people are dying? Priorities.
Mr. President, you tweeted.
$9 a barrel. The president just argued. What the shit?
You tweeted earlier today that now would be a good time to start looking toward, if there is a light at the end of the tunnel, and work on an infrastructure bill.
Yeah.
Again, you suggested it should be $2 trillion, which is twice what the last one was, or the proposal at least. Are you
Well, as you know, it's infrastructure week, and it has been for 3 years. So
anticipating that, like after the economic crisis of 2008, 2009, America will need to have so-called shovel-ready jobs ready to go to get people back to work?
I mean, the amount of bullshit we have on stage right now is a shovel-ready job if I've ever seen one.
The problem with that one is they had maybe shovel-ready jobs, maybe not, but they never used it for the purpose of infrastructure. So far, nobody's been able to find any money that was spent on infrastructure. I want to use
What are you talking about? That's what roads are. Does he not know what infrastructure is?
for infrastructure.
Tell me what infrastructure is. Pop quiz. Somebody ask him what infrastructure is.
And one of the reasons I'm suggesting it, John, is we're paying zero interest. The United States is paying almost zero interest rate. The Federal Reserve lowered the rate, the Fed rate, and that and a combination of the fact that everybody wants to be in the United States. You know, we have a dollar that's very strong, and I know that sounds good, but it does make it hard to.
Nobody wants to be in the United States right now. Nobody's traveling. The airlines are dying. No one's traveling because it's dangerous. Nobody wants to be anywhere but home right now.
Manufacture and sell outside because other currencies are falling and our currency is very strong. It's very, very strong. Proportionately, it's through the roof.
So I'm trying to weaken it by printing a lot more.
Strong dollar. People want to invest in the United States, especially nowadays where they're looking at safety. They have all of the problems, plus the virus at 151 countries. They all want to come into the United States and
cough on everything.
Zero
Cough on our elevator buttons.
rate, essentially. And I said, wouldn't this be a great time to borrow money at zero interest rate and really build our infrastructure like we can do it? So the plan was, the Republicans had a plan of about 750. I would say
Double it, because that's all I can think. That's how I think.
we're at 7.5. What you had, the Democrats were a little less than $1 trillion. The Republicans were a little bit less than that.
So I said, add both numbers, and we can build the same bridge twice for half the money.
And I'm suggesting $2 trillion. We redo our roads, our highways, our bridges. We fix up our tunnels, which are many of them in bad shape, like coming into New York.
All the stuff you were against when Obama was in office? You mean all those things?
No, really bad shape.
Everything was terrible, but I don't know why Obama didn't fix it before, even though we didn't let him.
And we really do a job on our infrastructure. And that doesn't mean we're going to do the Green New Deal, because I won't do it. I won't approve it. We're not going to do the Green New Deal and spend 40% of the money on things that people just have fun with.
Just have fun with it. Really. No water parks. That's not infrastructure.
Pay for it, sir.
We're going to borrow the money at 0% interest. So our interest payments would be almost zero, and we can borrow long term. People want to be in the United States. They want to be invested in the United States. Go ahead, Jim.
I wanted to get back to the virus. You were saying
Yeah, good idea.
at the beginning of the press conference that you're looking at holding back 10,000 ventilators. Is that because you need to pick and choose
Nah, you already, and then they said they gave out 8,000 of them.
where these ventilators are going to have to go because of the nature of the pandemic?
Right, it's a
and
good
how it's
question.
spreading? And also, I just wanted to ask Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx, if it's possible after you finish, is that part of the reason why you're projecting 100,000 to 200,000 deaths? That there are going to be some people who aren't going to be able to get
Yeah.
ventilators, be put on a
Actually, just
ventilator?
the opposite, because we're holding back. We have almost 10,000, and we're holding because we're going to need them over the next couple of weeks as the surge goes on. You see the chart. We haven't hit the top yet, and we have to be able to move them immediately. And we can't take them because it's going to be very hard to do that. We can't take them to places that aren't needing them. Plus,
Because we aren't measuring the testing from anywhere. Jesus, man.
we have requests for
I'm
ventilators
getting so tired of him saying the same shit.
in hospitals and in states and cities that don't need them, in our opinion. They don't need them. They
I
won't
don't like those people in it. They didn't vote for me.
need them at the top. So we're holding
Atlanta, I mean, honestly, anybody think I'm going to win the greater Atlanta area?
back for flexibility. We actually just took 600 and we sent them to different locations today. But we have close to 10,000, and we'll be able to get them, and we're all set to march.
We're doing it like voting machines. We'll send the good ones to the places that I want to shore up for my election, and then everybody else gets broken ones.
National Guards, and we have FEMA, and we're all set to move them to the places. So as per your second question, what we're going to do is save lives because of it, because otherwise we would not be able to get to the ventilators. And we don't know what the hottest
We have
spot
a
is.
ventilator shortage right now.
In some areas we might, but we've done a great job with ventilators, and we're having them made unbelievable. We have now 11 companies making ventilators.
Yeah, and they'll all be done in 100 days.
Now they'll be starting to arrive in the next week, but we've also grabbed a lot of them. Some hospitals had more than they were saying, or at least more than we knew about, which is a good thing, not a bad thing. But we want to be able to have, I guess the word would be flexibility, so that if the surge turns out to be much stronger in Louisiana, which it could, that we can immediately bring 1,000 or 2,000 to Louisiana. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to get them. We wouldn't be able to say, listen.
Why? Because other states would already be using them, which means there's a shortage. There's no reason to hold back any for a surge if you have plenty. What the shit is he talking about?
Governor Cuomo in New York, we want to take ventilators away from New York, and they'll say, well, we can't do that. It would be a disaster. So we have great
Gee, why? Why would it be a disaster?
flexibility. Now, when the surge occurs, if it occurs fairly evenly, we'll be able to distribute them very quickly before they need them.
God.
But we have a reserve right now. It's like having oil reserves, except more valuable, frankly. We have a reserve right now, and we'll be able, and we also have a great team of people ready to deliver. They can move them fast. So when we see it going up in a certain state, and Louisiana could be one, and Michigan could be another with Detroit, because Detroit is having a lot of hard time right now. Detroit came out of nowhere And that's what happens
They
when
all came out of nowhere. It's an epidemic.
it comes out of nowhere.
Jesus.
So we are ready, Jim, depending on what happens, and we have a stockpile. And that's why it's called a stockpile. Now, a lot of the
Because we take stock and we put it in a pile.
ventilators and a lot of the other equipment, rather than sending it to the stockpile, we had it sent directly to a hospital, to a location.
I mean, you didn't have a stockpile. You got it right from the distributors and sent it ahead, so you're not stockpiling stuff. Is what you're saying?
To a place. So we didn't have the cumbersome nature of having it come in, unboxed, put in, and then delivered. We have it brought, which they've never done.
Unboxed, like I did, Dick. You know, like the Abbott test where I took it out of the box and I looked at it, and then Jesus Christ.
They don't do that.
No.
Generally speaking, they don't do that. But we've had, I think, Mike, we've had tremendous success at doing that.
He asked you if there's going to be a shortage of ventilators. The answer is there's going to be a shortage of ventilators.
It's for other items.
Answer the tough question. Be a real president. Be an adult. There are people who are going to die because there are not enough ventilators.
Ventilators, where it's brought to the site that needs it. But
If you have enough or even too many, like he's alleging, you don't have to hold any back to take them back from some other area, if some other.
Good supply of ventilators, and we're ready to go. We're all ready. We have trucks ready. We have everything ready because, as we're saying, John, this could be a hell of a bad 2 weeks. This is going to be a very bad 2 and maybe even 3 weeks. This is going to be 3 weeks like we haven't seen before.
Should the hospitals be prepared for that? We're hearing
Well, I
some
think the
hospitals
hospitals,
I think the hospitals are prepared, and if they are, it's not my fault.
facing what looks like a medical war zone in some
yeah,
of these places.
they are going to be facing a war zone. That's what it is.
It's not a war zone. It's an epidemic. It's a natural disaster. It's not a war zone. That's an analogy, dummy.
I've heard some of the paramedics and some of the doctors. They said they've been in war zones. They've never seen anything like this. You look at Elmhurst Hospital in Queens. I've never seen.
Because bullet wounds aren't contagious.
I mean, I just think it's so because that's a hospital that's near where I grew up, and it is a war zone in a true sense. Yeah, please.
Yeah, on the ventilators, so we've been hearing from governors who say they are fighting amongst themselves, essentially bidding amongst
They
themselves to
shouldn't be
get these
doing that.
ventilators.
If that happens, they should be calling us.
They do. They did. And you said I haven't heard a problem about testing.
We have ventilators, but we've distributed thousands of ventilators. But
Yeah, but they still need tens of thousands more.
they shouldn't be doing that.
They don't have a choice. It's that or let their citizens die.
And if they need them that badly, we have pretty good ideas of where they're going to need them.
Pretty good.
People, frankly, think they need them and they don't need them.
No. I mean, do you really want to save those people?
I don't want to mention names, but there are some people that want them, and it's really not the right thing. Then you have some people that, I guess, automatically hoard a little bit. They want to have more than they think they need.
God forbid.
But, a ventilator is a very precious piece of equipment right now.
Why?
Yeah.
We have plenty.
It's hard to make. It takes a long time to make.
Nah. They're ramping up. They're going to have a bunch of them in 60 days. So if 60 days ago, when you knew this was a threat, if you'd have had them start making them then, we would have plenty now.
It's complex. Some of them are like the dashboard of an airplane.
No.
They're very complicated
No.
and very expensive machines, and some are much simpler. They're ready to go depending on what happens. But we have some hospitals in some states that think they need ventilators.
And they just don't.
Think they do. Now, if they do need them, we will have them there before they need them. We'll be able to move very quickly.
So you're confident
What
that,
about the hydroxychloroquine? Is there any early data on these trials?
No, we've just started shoving it down people's throats like foie gras, and we'll see which ones don't die.
Nothing that I've heard. I mean, that's the first question I make every morning. I tell you, I call up, we have 1,100 in New York right now, and we have other locations where where people are taking them. Now, the good news is it's only 3 days, and it's like a 7 or 8 day treatment. The good news is we haven't heard anything bad.
That didn't kill anybody right away.
Words of
Of course, it could damage their liver permanently so that they won't know for 5 years, and this will be the mesothelioma of 2020.
catastrophic events. But we haven't, it's a little bit too soon to talk about it. It would be a total game changer, John.
If it works, there's a big gap between it not killing people immediately and efficacy and ubiquitous efficacy, meaning it works for everybody. 80-20 rule.
If that happened, it would be a game
Be
changer.
so good.
And we include that, and I think in all cases, the Z-Pack, you know what the Z-Pack is. So we're going to see what happens with the hydroxy.
We're just going to experiment on these people, and if it works, I'll take it. If I get sick, and everybody I know will, and if it doesn't work, we'll try something else.
Chloroquine.
Are there
Yeah, just one second, Steve.
other antiviral drugs that have some promise of working soon?
We're looking at a lot of them. We're looking at a lot of them.
But I can't pronounce them, like remdesivir.
Show promise. I think maybe the doctor might want to speak about the vaccines because a lot of Johnson & Johnson is advanced.
There you go. Finally, took them 24 hours. I mentioned it yesterday.
Advanced. We'll see what happens.
They said September.
The one thing with the vaccine is it doesn't help this group because this group, you need to test a vaccine. The one thing with the drug you just mentioned, right, is that's been out. It's a malaria drug and also an arthritis drug, so it's been out there for a long time. Very powerful drug.
Yeah, and people who have lupus need it and can't get it because all your dumbass supporters are buying it and swallowing it by the fistful.
It's been out there for a long time. So it's tested in the sense that you know it doesn't kill you. But you may
Yeah, Z-Pack, Robert, is for bacterial disease, but the pneumonia that sets in is a bacterial infection, and the disease sets you up for it. The problem is this disease also affects your cardiovascular system as well.
discuss the vaccines for a second, Dr.
Thank you, Mr. President.
It's
But
fine. I don't.
just for a second before.
We'll skip.
Remicin, which is, you take it with it, maybe, if you want.
If you want, you know what I mean. It's like a wait, hold on.
But as we get into the summer, if in fact there are cases out there, when you're in a phase 2 or phase 3 trial, or 2B, as we call it, that we might get an early efficacy signal. And an efficacy signal means that even though you haven't definitively proven that a vaccine
Start giving it
works,
to
you get
people in
enough
old folks' homes.
information
Yeah.
that if it were an emergency, you might be able to have an emergency
Right.
use authorization for it.
That sounds good.
And I have to say this, hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin.
Azithromycin and remdesivir.
You take it with it, maybe, if you want.
If you want, you go, hey, bartender, hook me up with some hydroxychloroquine with a azithromycin back.
For the infection. I think some medical workers are doing that, using it maybe, or getting it prescribed perhaps as for another use. But the word is that some are and some aren't. I mean, I think it's not a bad idea to do it, but that's up to the doctors. But there is a theory going around.
Jesus.
In our country and some other countries, people are taking that to work in the hospitals, that work with the patients, because there is some evidence. And again, it's going to have to be proven. It's very early. We're rushing this stuff through. This was supposed to take a long time to be approved, and I prevailed upon the FDA to get it approved immediately on the basis that it was already on the market for a lot of years for another use. Malaria, mostly. And
Mostly because it's a malaria drug.
arthritis, but mostly malaria.
Mostly malaria.
So we'll see what happens, but there is a theory out there that for the medical worker, doctor, it may work. It may work. And if you take it, it's been out there for a long time. Please, go ahead.
I just wanted to go back to Jim's question about the national stockpile. The governor of Connecticut today.
About which?
The national strategic stockpile. Governor of Connecticut today said that he was disturbed to learn that the stockpile is now empty. That's his words.
No, I don't think that's. I'm not going to say that that's true.
And he said,
Well, it's not empty. Let me explain something. What we do, and I thought I said it accurately, I certainly meant to, rather than having it brought into the stockpile, where appropriate, other than certain things like we have.
Right. There's no stockpile. That's what he's saying. Everything's sent out. Anything new you get goes straight out. No stockpile. Jackass.
Quite a few of the ventilators, which is not a lot when you look at the whole country.
Uh-huh.
Actually, it sounds like a lot. almost 10,000. But we're trying to have supply sent directly to the states
Because we have no stockpile. Does he not know what a stockpile is?
because we save a big state. We save a big, we don't want medical supplies coming in to warehouses all over the place, and then we take them from there and bring them to another warehouse.
Why not? You're not taking them from one warehouse to another warehouse, dummy. You take them from the warehouse you have a stockpile from, where you have more than you need, and then you send them to hospitals.
We're having it brought from ideally from the manufacturer directly to the hospital or the state where it's going. So
I mean, the states are jumping around you and getting, just order it yourself. I can't deal with this bullshit.
we're trying to keep it that
Right.
way as much as possible. Now, in some cases, we are having it brought. Remember this, we also took over a virtually empty.
Oh, right. There was nothing. Right.
Again, just
You would have had, if you'd ramped up all this stuff when the threat actually occurred, you'd have all these things already.
we had no ammunition
go
in
ahead.
the military.
Blame everyone. We had no ammunition. Our soldiers were just chucking sand at people.
And we had virtually no ammunition. Well, we had very little in medical supplies too in our stockpile. So for the most part, we're trying very hard to have it delivered to the site where they need it. Yeah, please go ahead.
President, here in the United States domestically, we
Didn't answer the question, by the way.
practice social distancing, but some of our sailors, specifically on the USS
Yeah.
Theodore Roosevelt, they're not able to. They're in confined spaces. What are your thoughts on that? Should they be offloaded? And then, sir, are
I don't want those numbers added to my numbers. It's like a cruise ship, but full of soldiers. That sucks.
you concerned?
I'm going to let the military make that
Yes, sir.
decision.
But are you concerned
You're the commander in chief.
about U.S. military readiness during this pandemic? For instance, what would happen
Yeah.
if, as reported, China was to increase patrols in the South China Sea? What would your
Well, we're
response
going to
be?
see all about that. Don't worry about our military. You know, you saw the military put up a hospital in 3.5 days with
Yeah, they're busy doing that. The question is, are they too busy doing that where they're, all right,
2,900 beds, with a lot of beds.
that's a lot of beds. Folks, that's a lot of beds.
Nobody's ever seen anything.
Nobody's ever seen anything like that. Fantastic job.
And by the way, that wasn't the only one. It wasn't just at Javits Center.
Yeah, they know.
It was at other locations.
We know.
Now it's Louisiana, and now it's New Jersey, and now it's other places. One thing that I think is indisputable is when I watch the Army Corps of Engineers and FEMA working with them. But
Not talking about the Army Corps of Engineers. He's talking about soldiers on ships getting so sick because they can't practice social distancing. Jibber jabber.
watch the Army Corps of Engineers throw up these hospitals, and they're complex. I mean, these are incredible buildings, essentially.
No, they're not. They're tents.
It's and various things, but they did it in such a short period of time.
Yeah, they're good at their job. That's what they're supposed to do. Why are you amazed at the normal functions of government?
And our military is ready like you haven't seen.
Oh, like you've never ever seen before.
And you know who the best guests of the different shows are? We watch the shows at night.
What? Wait a minute. I thought you were working 24/7, but you're watching the shows at night? Please tell me they're taping soap operas for you.
And I think the best guests that I've seen in a long time are the military people.
Oh my God. He's talking ratings again now.
They've never done it before. I've watched
These people are stars. They get on TV and they're just so interesting.
Semonite, who I deal with a lot. I say, General, you got to give us 2 new hospitals in Louisiana. Yes, sir. And the next morning, they're building them at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, that's how government works. You're the commander in chief, dickhead.
They're up in 3 days.
They're tense.
I think they're the best guests you have. I guess I'm tired of the other guests, in all fairness.
I'm getting bored watching TV during this. I wish I could golf.
Okay, Jim, go ahead.
Really, really. This is where he is.
Yes, this may be an uncomfortable question, but
Oh boy, it's gonna be a good one.
what would the models have looked like that Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci showed us? If we had started these social distancing guidelines
Mm-hmm.
in February or January, when China, South Korea were doing those sorts of things.
Well, I'm going to let them answer
Reliable
that.
in
Yeah.
terms of what information we're getting from them, but if we had started these practices sooner, could these models be different right
Yeah,
now?
I'm going to let
Yeah, they would. Yes, they would. lots of people who are dead now wouldn't be dead.
Answer the question, but remember this, and again, I say it, and everybody says it. You know who says it better than anybody is Dr. Fauci. I had a decision to make. Maybe it was my biggest decision.
Oh, the shutting down of the, he's going to say shutting down the border to China, the Atlantic Ocean. Meanwhile, by the way, it was after China had stopped people leaving Wuhan.
China was heavily infected,
And
and thousands of people were coming from China to the United States.
they already got in for weeks.
Against the wishes, not even wishes, but they disagreed with the decision. I made it.
My buddy who said, ride at it like a cowboy, he was like, don't close the border. And everyone was going, Mr. President, you have to close the border. And against the wishes of other people, by the way, those other people are me.
To stop China from coming in. Took a
We didn't stop China from coming in. Oh God.
even from China. They weren't exactly happy. I just made a trade deal, a big one, $250 billion trade deal, and I'm shortly thereafter saying you can't come into our country. That was a decision. That was earlier than the date you're talking
That was it earlier than the date you're talking about. No, it isn't. It was after.
about. So that was a big decision. That was probably, and by the way, not
And you
because
still are having to be talked into it.
we did it. That was probably the biggest decision we made.
So you closed the border from China because you knew it was going to be an issue after China had already stopped people from leaving Wuhan, the center of the infectious disease. You knew people had gotten into the United States during that period of time, over 2 weeks post Chinese New Year, and you didn't start warning people about social distancing until 16 days ago.
But if you look at the one graph, the problem New York has is New York started late, but the other ones didn't start so late. Now, New York is also more complicated because, you know, for obvious reasons, but it got a late start. But do you want to maybe answer those questions?
I don't know if you can go back to slide 2, because I wanted to explain 2 things.
Yeah, here's a good idea. Move that whole thing back and say if we'd have projected you've just been talking about how the model projections say that if we are better at mitigating, we would have fewer deaths. You just got asked if we'd have started the mitigations earlier, if we'd have fewer deaths. The obvious answer is yes.
I think it's really important because we had a lot of questions about mortality and what it meant. Okay.
It means you're dead. This is what mortality means. See this window right here? This is the top of dead people, and this is the lowest dead people, and we're right somewhere just below. We're giving ourselves extra credit and going through here. If she starts making balloon animals.
So here's the line. This is the confidence interval. This is where
How wide that is. That's the big blue area is we don't know.
we have the ability to push it down. So you have
Or if you ignore it, it goes up. If you ride it like a cowboy.
a large confidence interval around the line. And so we're trying to move that gray down tighter and below the dot.
Super weird. Why is that? So you tighten it up by having more information because you don't have hardly any information. Look how broad it is. You have no clue.
So I think that's really important. And then if you can go to the next slide. So we really can't answer your question.
What did I say?
So we can get antibody testing out there. Because
Did I not? Did I not? Did I not just say that the New York numbers are real, the New Jersey numbers are real, everything else is horseshit?
what we can't tell you
Is anything useful? But we're here to tell you statistically the difference between do everything and do nothing, and both suck.
and we can always do this. There's always samples in hospitals and other things. It's the way we really defined the HIV epidemic in the United States. We were able to go back to blood samples when we had the test and really find out where it was and what was going on. We really need to look in here.
Yeah, look at the low numbers where we're not testing. Feel good about those. Ignorance is bliss, America. Ignorance is bliss. Maybe remdesivir will work. Just wear a scarf, wrap it around your head, put an amyl nitrate orange in your mouth, and then
See, was there virus significantly circulating
yes,
early March?
yeah.
in late February, and what did it look like, and where was it?
It looked like pneumonia.
It all in the metro
And
area.
then the numbers started to climb.
I think that's what Dr. Fauci and I are very, very focused on, is getting serology testing out there.
Right. Which you don't have currently, which means all the numbers you were bragging about earlier are bullshit.
Really figure out when it came. And
Reminder, I was in I Love the 80s.
they have the
And I was saying this 3 weeks ago.
samples to be able to do that.
Because you understand the painful part of my question, and please, I don't mean to put you on the spot.
No, we understand, but we
there may
can't
be
answer it
Americans
till,
at
yeah,
home
until
saying,
we
if we
see
had
that.
started this sooner, we might not
The
have
answer is yes. Let Fauci up there, because that's what he'll say.
100,000 to 200,000 Americans dying.
Well, that makes an assumption
Yes, that it works.
that was here, there was a lot back here that we didn't see.
No, it doesn't. It means that if you'd have heeded the warnings earlier, you would have started the process earlier, and especially around the areas of high contagion, you would have slowed its spread to the rest of the country. Jesus.
Until we had the antibody test, I
It
can't
doesn't matter. The answer is yes.
really answer that.
Just to underscore what Dr. Birx was saying, if there was no virus in the background, there was nothing to mitigate.
There was virus in the background. That's what we're saying. 3 weeks ago. If
Virus there that we didn't know
you'd have started 2 weeks earlier than this, the answer is yes.
about, then the answer to your question is probably yes. Now, the only
It's not probably yes, it's definitely yes. It has nothing to do with how you feel about it. It's the statistical. If lowering the speed on highways to 55, oops, I blurred myself out. Look at that. Blue. If lowering the speed, I'm getting hazy just sitting here. Yeah. If lowering the speed of traffic on the highways to 55 lowered the number of crashes and people dying, then doing it 2 months earlier would have had fewer fatalities happen. Like that.
trouble with that is that whenever you come out say something like that, it always becomes almost a soundbite that gets taken out of context. But I think that's very important what Dr. Birx.
Not out of context. This is in context. The context is the current situation that we are in, that if we were doing mitigating behaviors, had we started those mitigating behaviors earlier, would it have resulted in fewer dead people? The answer is yes.
said is
Not
that
there's
if there was covert infections here that we didn't know about and we didn't mitigate then they would have made a difference. If there was virtually nothing there, then there's nothing to mitigate. And I don't know the answer to your question.
Yes, there is. Okay, look. You knew that they were already testing in China and South Korea for these tests. The WHO was already testing them 2 weeks before they even started talking about testing here in the United States. If we'd have had those tests or we'd have borrowed any of the tests, even if they were less effective than the ones we had, we'd have a better picture data-wise of where it was spreading early. The answer is yes. Just say yes.
But we were watching South Korea, and China and Italy, and we weren't taking action when those
Again, I was in Dude, Where's My Car? And
were spiking.
In a perfect world, it would have been nice to know what was going on
in an imperfect world, you still know some of it.
there. We didn't, but
Look, Pence is moving in. He knows he's going to say the wrong thing.
Jim, that we acted very, very early in that.
We had adequate testing.
No, you acted as soon as you were allowed to act. The president dragged his ass.
Yeah, we would have known.
Nobody wants to be near that podium right now. It is radioactive. Oh, there goes Pence. I'll throw myself under the bus.
Can I speak to that too as well?
Mr. President, if not for the fantastic leadership of the 15 days to stop the
Reference
spread.
January 31, he suspended all travel from China.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Shortly thereafter, we issued strong travel advisories for the sections of Italy implicated
No, you didn't. That wasn't shortly after. It was a month.
and sections of South Korea. And we
February 5th.
reached agreements with those countries.
January 28th, China stopped people leaving Wuhan.
is to screen all passengers from all airports coming into the United States of America.
And you didn't. Did you see all the people crowding in when people were getting back? Because you think they screened everybody who came in? Get out of town.
The president's initial efforts.
This is garbage. They could have come up here, give the statistics, and simply said, this is why we made the decision. We're going to keep you guys updated, and left. And they are, how many hours is this? Jesus Christ. Is this another 2-hour briefing?
Designed at preventing the coronavirus from coming into the United States. And what our experts have told us again and again at the Coronavirus Task Force is that those actions bought us a significant amount of time.
No, they didn't.
On this curve to respond.
No. He kept 15 going to nothing. There's one lady who's sick. How many interviews did he do where he's like, people should go to work?
Efforts, standing up resources, testing and supplies.
The answer is, if you'd started mitigate, I'm sick of listening to these assholes talk about this part. You got to jump to the next question because this is just ridiculous. Like, I don't understand what the shit.
With an immunodeficiency.
Talk about the people who are going to get sick again because you know it's going to be like.
Resources to support and the health care that every American family would want their loved one to have.
Son of
I do think we were very.
No nasty questions.
But I also think that we were very smart because we
were so smart. And by we, I mean me.
China. We had never done that before.
No. We never stopped travel. Who would have thought to ban travel from certain countries?
You know, we had never closed our borders before.
We didn't close our borders. China doesn't have a border with us. It's an ocean.
I read. I don't know. Maybe that's not right.
It isn't.
And Dr. Fauci had also said that was I think it was maybe the biggest moment because we were stopping the source. We were stopping the.
No. It was already in. You dragged your ass.
But we also stopped Europe very shortly.
Way after.
Thereafter. That was a big decision.
And then you told people you were going to be stopping it, which meant all these people came in during the middle. The same problem happened with New York. You told everybody you were going to quarantine the place, so everybody beat feet out of there without getting tested.
Not an easy decision either. I stopped them a long time before people started stopping anyway. So we stopped China, we stopped Europe, we stopped all of Europe. And then ultimately we stopped UK, Ireland.
I remember that day when you learned that Ireland wasn't part of the UK.
Please in the back, please.
Yesterday, you said that Seoul, South Korea had 38 million people in it. Would you like to revise that number? No, I think clearly 29 million of them died yesterday because they aren't testing like we're testing.
Team, going back to hydroxychloroquine, how many clinical trial tests numerically would you like to see before you put a stamp of approval on it? Because
I think you just approve it. I think you just let people take it since it's a malaria drug and nobody dies from it. I mean, I hear it causes arrhythmias and people drop dead, but that's really weak people. Those are basically Democrats. They used to get me coffee.
taking place around the world right now.
Sure, please.
You guys answer this. I got you into this. Dig me out.
How many cases would you like to see?
That is an FDA decision, and it really depends on a variety of factors. What I would like to see a
You mean science?
trial that has a comparison to something that is comparable to what it means without the drug. I mean, I keep saying it.
Yeah, placebo effect.
All the time, and I'll say it again. It's a controlled trial that compares it to something meaningful. When that
Are there trials that you're watching taking place around the world right now?
well, there are a number of trials going on, not only in the United States but also in other
Yeah,
places
but the ones that happened overseas don't count.
of the world. You know, right now it's too early to make any determination. But I just want to get back to what I say all the time. The definitive way that you get an answer is by doing a randomized controlled clinical trial.
He's just out. He's so over this. You don't ask a nasty question. OAN, hit me with a softball. Come on, baby.
You're talking about the chloroquine?
Talking about the chloroquine? It's sweet. They're coming out with a raspberry chewable.
What you're talking about, in specifically for the last question? Yeah. No, there are trials going on, but there are also
Trials that aren't going on.
trials going on. We're trying them on people that are now sick. That's a very important. That's a very important trial.
As opposed to what? We're testing a new anti-cancer drug on people who don't have cancer. It's working out very well. No one has gotten cancer. Well, a couple people got cancer by taking it, but we shouldn't hold that against them, because 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Math.
The question was really like, are there
We're watching
specific?
whatever happens around the world, we're watching those trials very closely. Yeah.
Mr. President,
As opposed to watching them not closely.
Mitch McConnell had a line today, he was on the,
We're watching them very closely while talking very strongly with other people who are doing very hardly.
Mitch McConnell, yeah. He said that impeachment diverted the attention of the government. Do you think that in any way, this was happening and building at the same time, did it divert your attention or your team's attention or the vice president's attention?
Well, I don't like to think I did. I think I handled it very well, but I guess it probably did. I mean, I got impeached. I think, I
You
certainly.
golfed a bunch during that time. Did it affect your golf game, sir?
Little time to thinking about it, right? So, but think of it. It was a hoax. It was a total hoax. And
You mean like this was a hoax?
think that I
You
got
called this a hoax too.
impeached only because they had a majority in the House. They didn't get one. They didn't get one Republican vote. 196 to nothing.
He knows that number. He has no idea how many ventilators we have.
Not one Republican. I don't think it's ever happened. The Republicans
Tell us how big your inauguration crowd was again.
together, and they stuck together in the Senate, 52 to a half. So
A half? You mean if somebody votes present, that's a half to you?
say that. Yeah,
Half?
I think it took a lot of. I see them going and saying about speed. Well, they probably illegally impeached me in the sense that if you look at the FBI today with what happened, the horrible things, nobody cares about that now because all they're thinking about is the virus, and that's okay with me.
You think?
You look at the report that came out from IG Horowitz, it's disgraceful what went on. It's disgraceful.
No, not really. Pretty boilerplate, actually. Regular run-of-the-mill corruption in government thing. If you were a mayor, you'd have gotten the same thing.
Total disgrace. They got caught in the act. But
No, they didn't. And the unredacted report just got released to a judge who's going to release it publicly.
you know what? We won't talk about that now. Did it divert my attention? I think I'm getting A pluses for the way I handled myself during a phony impeachment, okay? It was a hoax. But certainly, I guess I thought of it. And
So you were slow to react and send resources to what? California, Washington, and New York because they're full of Democrats, maybe? And you were like, maybe you don't take it seriously because of that? Is that-
I think I probably acted. I don't think I would have done any better had I not been impeached. Okay, and I think that's a great tribute to something. Maybe it's a
He
tribute
can't not pat himself on the back.
to me, but I don't think I would have acted any differently, or I don't think I would have acted any faster. But the Democrats, their whole life, their whole being, their whole existence was to try and get me out of office any way they can, even if it was a phony deal.
Yeah, no, it wasn't a phony deal.
And it was a phony deal.
No, it wasn't a phony deal.
Turned out, and all you have to do is look today at the FBI reports. Take a look at what the
Yeah, I did. Not a phony deal.
FBI did. Take a look at the people. Take a look at Comey's report. 78 pages of total kill.
Total kill.
Take a look at that. Take a look at the report on McCabe. Just read it, and you'll see how horrible it was. And you know what? I don't think this country is going to take it. You want to know the truth?
They're going to rise up. They're not going to take it. If they try to follow the law, you know what they're not going to take? Next week when we don't have enough ventilators, and you said we had plenty.
Phone call you even had time
That's it.
to make? Is there, how did it take you out of the
What
gate?
guidance are you offering to Florida when it comes to the 2 Holland American cruise ships that are seeking to dock here?
Yeah, well, I'll be speaking. I'm going to be in fact, he has a call in to me. We'll be speaking to the governor, and we'll be speaking to him soon. But there's a case. We have 2 ships. There are people that are sick on the ship, and we don't want to be like they're going to be ghost ships. You know, people turn those ships away. There was a ship, as you know, in a certain part of
You turned a ship away. You told them you didn't want them to dock and get the people off. You had to be talked into it. Ghost ships. He's going to be haunted. Like, did you see Pirates of the Caribbean? I mean, I fast forwarded the parts with Keira Knightley, but still.
from port to port, nobody would take it. But in the meantime,
Like a sailor trying to get laid.
dying on the ship, or at least very sick, but they're dying on the ship.
You call it sometimes, you call the ship one day and it's fine, and you call the ship the next day, whole ship's in a coma.
So I'm gonna, I'm gonna do what's right, not only for us, but for humanity. I mean, these are two big ships, and they have a lot of very sick people. And I'll be speaking to the governor. Let's do just a couple of more back here. Yeah.
Get some people in the back, the OAN people and Fox News.
We'll get-
Mr. President, Ms.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. I was hoping you could.
You ever run out of questions? It's the most unbelievable thing. You go
Do they run out of questions? It's a pandemic. The number of deaths and sick people are going up. The number of resources are dwindling. What the shit are you talking about? Are you just tired of answering questions? Leave. You're not doing any good.
But
Let Fauci and Birx come up here and explain this with Pence. Let other departments give updates from the podium explaining it, and come out and say, listen to them. MC the want, but none of what you're saying is helpful.
else to do, so if you want us, if you want, should we keep it going, John? I think so.
Could you clarify
Let's go.
something for me, please? Andrew Cuomo today said that the system that you have where governors are trying to get ventilators, it's like being on eBay with 50 other states bidding on a ventilator.
I don't even know what that means.
And then you just said tonight, they
You
shouldn't
mean
be
he
doing
was
that.
complaining?
Well, he said,
He was saying they're competing against each other for limited resources, and it's like being sniped.
Say it.
That's
What did he
right.
say exactly? What did he say?
He said that when you have states competing for ventilators and medical care, it's like being on eBay with 50 other states bidding on a ventilator.
Well, he
plus
shouldn't be
FEMA.
complaining because
Thank
we gave him a lot of ventilators. And if you take a look at the chart,
Jesus.
it's down. But I wish he got going a little bit sooner. But we gave him a lot of ventilators. And you know what? He has a lot of ventilators. The problem is with some people, no matter what you give, it's never enough. It's never
Yeah, there's too many fucking people. What? What are you talking about?
Like they'll say, how's Trump doing? And you're a Democrat. Some of them said really good. I'll tell you, Gavin Newsom.
Was so nice to me.
Who's doing a good job, by the way. And others said really good. But, generally your natural reflex, how's Trump doing? You ask that question to a Democrat. We
Shitty.
like it.
You're a clown. This is terrible. Let the other people talk. Stop flapping. This is not a campaign event. You literally just went, what do you even want to, did you guys ever run out of questions? Ugh.
Oh, really? You don't like it? We're getting very high marks, but I'm not doing this for marks. I'm doing this to save lives. When
That's why I tweeted about the ratings.
when John saw the numbers and when Jim saw those numbers, they're shocking numbers. You're talking about deaths. Even at the low end, you were shocked. When you see 100 and 120,000 and 200,000
Best case scenario, it's terrible.
people.
And if you'd have started earlier, it would be lower. Period. Full stop.
Over potentially a very short period of time. I want to save lives. I'm not doing this for any other reason. I want to save lives. But
Because the more people die, the lower chance you get reelected. Because you said it was going to go from 15 to 1. And probably go away. And it would pop and it would be over magically.
it's gotten, I think maybe you've probably gotten more than anybody. He's gotten 4 hospitals. He's gotten 4 medical tents.
I don't know what he's bitching about. They need ventilators. When they try to buy them, other states, Jesus Christ.
A ship, the likes of which nobody's ever seen before.
Yes, they've seen it before. They sent it to Katrina. What do you mean you've never seen them before? They're 2 ships owned by the United States.
Other than Los Angeles, which has the twin. We've done a lot, but many
They've been to areas hit by.
ventilators were sent to New York. And Mayor de Blasio, I'm getting along with Mayor de Blasio great, and I think he's very happy with the job we're doing.
Then nobody's happy.
We're sending a lot of, actually, Mayor de Blasio had an interesting request. He wanted people. Sending medical people. You know, a lot of people, a lot of the states aren't having a problem with ventilators, they're having a problem getting medical people.
Yeah, because there aren't enough tests because a lot of their
And we're sending a lot of people in, military, very talented people.
they're calling up the National Guard for Christ's sake. Like, a couple more questions about how great I'm doing.
Go ahead, and then I'll do you second.
Yeah, the comfort went to Puerto Rico. Absolutely.
That question was,
Nobody even, but I mean, honestly, but it is Puerto Rico. Does anybody really care about Puerto Rico? Like, this is the first time this place has ever gone to some place that's, not, what's the word I'm looking for?
response to that question earlier was that they shouldn't be doing that. If they need something, if they need them
They
that
shouldn't be
badly,
doing what?
they shouldn't be, the governor shouldn't be competing with each other.
No, they shouldn't be competing, and they should call us. Wait, no, I don't want them to compete, because all they're gonna do is drive up the price. I don't want them to compete. They should be calling us, and we can work it so they get the ventilators and they get shipped directly.
No, that's not what's happening, though. That's what Cuomo was saying, and he's the one who's actually doing it. His problem is they have enough money in New York to afford to buy all the free ventilators anywhere. But if they do that, then you can't actually send them to Iowa, and then they get pulled back.
If they're competing, if they're calling, even if there's only two of them calling, they're gonna just drive up the price, because as nice as some of the people that do ventilators, they do wanna make money, okay? Now, you know, New York had a chance to buy 16,000 ventilators. I guess they didn't take that option. That was in 2016. And that's a hard option to take, because it's a lot of money, and who would ever think you need 16,000 ventilators? Who would ever think it? But this is a very unique time, and
Well, you know who would think it? The entire task force who's been working on this for a while, and Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx, and everybody who was on the pandemic response team that you fired.
in life. And I
They would all know.
think, you know, I'm dealing with
Bill Gates, a couple years ago, gave a TED talk that we're not ready for the next pandemic, and it's going to be a coronavirus. And one of the things you're going to be running out of is ventilators. Him.
New York, and we're having a very good relationship. And you see what just happened in Central Park with the tents. I mean, we're having a really good relationship. Go ahead, you didn't get one, and then we'll go to you.
Thank you. Gavin Newsom, you mentioned Gavin Newsom and the job that
Yes.
he's doing. I'm interested in what you think California has done to contribute to the suppression of the curve.
Well, they've done a good job, California. Now, let's see what happens, because we could have a spike.
You mean like where Nancy Pelosi's district is, and where Gavin Newsom, the Democrat, runs things, and where they're running on systems that Jerry Brown set up? You mean those kind of things, where Democrats run every major city?
I mean, you don't know.
You know where the spike of cases has been in the LA area, Anaheim? You know who runs that area? Republicans.
They could have a spike where all of a sudden it spikes upward. We had a couple like Louisiana. I think they're doing a really good job, but they had nothing. Now they had Mardi Gras, and then all of a sudden after Mardi Gras, which tells you about distancing, I guess. I mean, it's an example of what could happen, but they were like flawless. I was always surprised.
They weren't flawless. They weren't doing anything. There weren't any cases there yet. It was amazing. In 1985, whole country was doing great with coronavirus. COVID-19 was nowhere to be found.
At Louisiana, and I understand that state. I love that state. And I'm saying they're in great shape. Then they have Mardi Gras. It was a big success, tremendous success. And then all of a sudden, it went like a rocket ship. So that tells you about distancing. Please.
Are you concerned, though, about the homeless population in California? Because I know California officials think that it could spread like wildfire.
This could go any way.
Obviously, there's a
Say it again, louder.
There's a homelessness crisis in California.
Yeah, there
They're
is.
obviously concerned that it could spread like wildfire in that community. So is there anything the administration
Well, they're
is
looking
doing?
at that very strongly, and I know that it bothers Gavin.
I don't give a shit, but it bothers him.
If it bothers Nancy Pelosi, but she's got it in her district at a very high level. They have to be very careful. They have a very big homeless population in an
You know why? Because they survive. That's right. Temperate weather and homelessness makes a tough combination. Not like New York, where everybody freezes to death.
area which just a few years ago didn't have anybody in those areas. And they're living in the streets. And I know that some people in California are working on that very hard.
Mr. President, you spoke several times with Prime Minister Trudeau, President Macron, and at the end of last week, President Macron talked about an important initiative that you and him would launch. Any news on that?
No, we're talking about something that will be very positive for the world if we do it. We'll see if we do it or not.
If it would be very positive for the world if we do it. If we don't do it, it'll be very negative for the world. So we're going to think about whether or not to do it. I don't know if I want to do something positive or negative. We'll think about it.
Well, I don't want to talk. It's a private thing, but
Sort of an eyes wide shut, plague mask kind of a thing.
will become public if we decide to do it. But positive. Our relationship with the president, our relationship with France.
It's very good for the world if we decide to do it, but we're not going to make it public because I don't want to. If we don't do it, we don't want people to know what it was that we could have done. What?
Is, I think extraordinary, very good, probably as good as it's ever been.
Get back to your comments about what could have happened and the actions that you took. Is there any fairness to the criticism that you may have lulled Americans into a false sense of security when you were
You're a nasty person, and you're saying evil, snarky things.
saying things like it's going to go away?
Well, it is.
And that's where.
It is going to go away,
But
just like the dead, like their souls.
Going away.
But when you were saying
It's going to go away, hopefully at the end of the month, and if not, it hopefully will be soon after that.
But
No,
hasn't
it
your
is going-
thinking on this evolved?
Kim, it is going away.
Hasn't your thinking on this evolved?
No. I always knew it was a threat. That's why I stopped travel from China and then ignored it.
Taking it more seriously.
Well, thanks, 17th Craig. Look at that. They work. I'm so excited. The emotes work.
I think from the beginning, my attitude was that we have to give this country. I know how bad it was. All you have to do is look at what was going on in China. It was devastation. And look
And
at numbers from China. Those initial numbers coming out from China, but
what? Tell us about the one lady who was sick, and she's probably going to get better.
read an article today which was very interesting.
Where they gave me an A++, and high marks, and said great ratings, and Gavin Newsom said nice things.
They say we wish President Trump would give more bad news.
You mean reality?
Give bad news.
Reality.
I'm not about bad news. I want to give people hope. I want to give people a feeling that.
That's right. By the way, thanks for mentioning that, Can't Stop Lying. I am still doing cameos. Cameo.com/Hal Sparks. If you want to get a cameo, there's personalized videos, folks. And I knocked $10 off the price during quarantine because people have kids at home who need Lab Rats fans who might need cheering up and whatnot. And then, of course, QAF fans, whatnot. So that's the biggest drop I could come up with. And I think they're actually Cameo might be thinking about 5% off or something like that. So we'll see if we can get them to kick it up. I think that would be a good idea. They're listening, and I think they are.
We all have a chance. I mean, when you
Tell the truth. Just tell the truth. It's not bad news. Just tell the truth.
saw the numbers, and when John and all of you saw those numbers, and you're saying 120,000 people, you mean that's good? 100,000 dead people within a short period of time. I want to give people a feeling of hope. I could be very negative. I could say, wait a minute, those numbers are terrible. This is going to be horrible. This is
That's not what they're asking you, dickhead.
a horrible thing. Hey, Jim.
Just the last 2 months when you've been going, it's not a big deal. I don't know what the shit they're talking about. This is all garbage.
Last month and said, okay, let's go to the beach. Let's go to the airport. Let's go down to Mardi Gras.
Well, there were a lot
Let's
of
go
people.
do
There were
those
a lot of
things.
people that could have said that. We didn't say that. Fortunately, I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did.
And that was an alternative. We talked about it. That was
Ride 'em cowboy. That was me. I said that.
always an alternative. That's what I said. Let it rip. Let it ride.
That's what he said. All right. That's what it is. He was talking to Boris Johnson, and he asked them, why don't we just let it rip? Why don't we just ride on cowboy? Just like Mike says. He's on my back with a saddle. Is it saddle time, Mike? It's always saddle time, Mr. President.
And we could have had 2.2 million dead people. More
Yeah, they told you that.
than that.
They told you that.
I didn't do that. And we did catch it early, and we stopped China really early.
No, you didn't.
And we
Stop travel in from China after China stopped travel out. Stop travel in from China after China stopped travel out.
stopped Europe really early because I saw what was happening.
No. You allowed people in from the UK as the cases were growing. You ignored it for a while. You had to be talked into that one as well.
What happened is I
Been a week behind this at minimum every time somebody's rang the panic bell.
Italy, because Italy was really heavily
Raw dog me like COVID.
infected. We started off with certain parts of Italy, then all of Italy, then we saw Spain. Then I said, stop.
That is, after 5 or 6 different countries were locking down their populace and threatening people with flamethrowers, I thought maybe we should start putting a choke on this.
Let's stop Europe. We have to stop them from coming here. Europe.
Uh,
Love Europe.
I love Europe. I love Europeans more than other people.
They were having problems. I don't think anybody did a better job than that, especially when you see
Yeah, maybe South Korea. Look at their curve, how fast they bent it.
2.2 million number. And I hope we're going to be substantially under the numbers that you're looking at on the minimum side. Then I think we will have, hey, look, it's still tremendous death.
You weren't just hoping that it
Hey, look, it's still tremendous death, but I can claim because we blew the number up so big on the top end that I did way better than doing absolutely nothing.
that this would disappear.
I want to be positive. I don't want to be negative. I'm a positive person.
It's not about positivity. Positivity is about how we'll handle it. Honesty is about the actual details. You can be positive and still be honest about the details.
Somebody said, oh, I wish you'd be more negative.
No, they didn't.
They literally have that. It's in one of the wonderful newspapers today. I wish you'd be more negative. Well, this is really easy to be negative about. But I want to give people hope, too. You know, I'm a cheerleader for the country. We're going through the worst thing that the country's probably ever seen. Look, we had the Civil War. We lost 600,000 people, right?
Oh, boy.
Here's the thing. Had we not done anything, we would have lost many times that.
Wait, what? Wait, hold on. If we hadn't fought the Civil War, all the people who were alive during the Civil War would be dead by now. What?
But we did something, and so it's going to be hopefully way under that.
Hopefully we'll lose fewer people than the Civil War.
You know, we lose more here potentially than you lose in world wars as a country.
Yeah.
So there's nothing positive, there's nothing great about it, but I want to give people in this country hope.
It's not about hope. You told them to ignore it.
I think it's very
It was
important.
going to be this severe when you were saying this was
I
under control.
thought it could be.
and-
I knew everything. I knew it could be
I knew-
horrible, and I knew it could be maybe good.
I knew it could be horrible, and I knew it could be maybe good. What's maybe good? 10,000 dead? 50,000 dead? One old lady gets better?
Yet at that time, people didn't know that much about it. Even the
Yeah, they did.
experts, we were talking about it. We didn't know where it was going. We saw China, but that was it. Maybe it would have stopped at China. We wish we could have killed it in China, but it didn't happen. It started spreading to Europe. It started spreading here. It started spreading all over. But
Yeah, like an epidemic.
and I'm not blaming anybody.
Yeah, you are.
I'm just
And you're not blaming anybody because you don't want to take responsibility.
that
Thank you, Jill Carter. Appreciate that.
we have
Hope your day's going well.
incredible thing. I think the people, our professionals, our military,
Yeah, they're all doing great. This isn't about them. This is about you in your role as commander in chief telling everybody that it was going to be nothing. Ignore it. Keep going to work.
governors,
Governors are doing a great job.
politicians, I think they've done an incredible job. I mean,
Yeah, in spite of you.
few exceptions. I think they've done an incredible
Like you and yeah, basically you.
job.
Maybe Pompeo.
But I don't want to be a negative person. It'd be so much easier for me to come up.
What are you like? This is what happens when you're myopic about messaging.
Bad news. We're going to lose 220,000 people, and it's going to happen over the next few weeks. And with that, I did start off by saying today, long before this question, I said, this is going to be a rough 2 or 3 weeks. This is going to be one of the roughest 2 or 3 weeks we've ever had.
Yeah, and 2 weeks ago you were saying, I think it's time, but we're not even going to need all these ventilators. And besides, yesterday I was saying that they're probably just selling the PPE out on the parking lot.
Country. We're going to lose thousands of people.
Yeah, we know. Every projection has been saying that for a month and a half.
I see 28, 29 people from the governor of New Jersey. 29 people. When you see 173 people died in New York yesterday, or whatever the number.
Yeah, or whatever the number was. By the way, I can tell you exactly how many votes I got on the impeachment trial. But a bunch of people died yesterday.
I think it was more than that. When you see
He quoted exactly the number of votes he got on the impeachment. Can't tell you how many dead people there were in New York yesterday, even though it's the hot spot.
kind of numbers,
Such a hot spot.
witness-
So hot.
we've never seen numbers like that.
Sure we have. 9/11, 3,000 in a day.
So it's easy to be negative, and then everybody can be negative. But I'm a cheerleader for our country, and I want them to do
What the hell does negative have to do with it? Oh
a
my
great job.
God.
So the number can be kept. And I've always said it. I want as few a
Deaths.
number of people to
Death.
die as possible, and that's all we're working on.
No, look. Mitigating the number of deaths by the disease is almost completely out of your hands. It's the testing and hospitalization you have control over. Because if you can test people, you can either put them in categories based on their comorbidity, or whether they're going to need intervention or not. And then you have to shore up the devices you need to keep people alive: ventilators, respirators, masks, PPE, all that kind of stuff, isolation wards, those kind of things, so that the people who need the services, who are probably going to need a ventilator for 2 weeks, that's a ventilator somebody who's in a car accident won't get. You guys know this stuff.
Question, but are you now taking
I don't mind the
responsibility?
question.
Do you mi-
I don't mind your
Are you-
question.
are
I
you
think
now
I think
taking
it's actually
responsibility for
I think
how things
it's
go
not
from
meant to
this
be.
point?
Look, I know you well enough, so it's not meant to be a fair question, but it's a fair question. I think we've done a fantastic job.
Of course you do. I think I'm awesome. By the way, in case you guys are wondering, I think I'm doing a terrific job with these streams. I really am. I'm wonderful. I give myself an A plus. 10 out of 5, 1 out of 5. Out of 5 stars, I give myself 11. And I'm better looking than I was.
Okay, fine. I'll accept your word. Look, Jim, I think we've done a great job.
Yeah, of course you think so.
We're going to see how it comes out.
Yeah, we are. Do better.
But when you look at minimal numbers of 120,000 people, when you look,
Because if you had started the mitigation 3 weeks ago, that number would be lower.
it could have been 2.2 million.
The idea that that's the lowest number, and then you're going to bend the number lower because of mitigation and taking every possible step you can. If you'd have started 2 weeks ago, that number would be lower. Period. End of story.
People died, and more if we did nothing. If we just
Look, doing nothing was your idea. What if we just rode it like a cowboy?
nothing, it would have gone up and it would have come down. As per your statement, it would
What if we had pegged it from the beginning?
have been
Don't say that, Mr. President. I get aroused.
confined. It would have been a similar time, maybe even less time. It would have been a violence like we've never seen in this country before. We had great professionals, great military, really great governors and politicians. I cannot say enough about what's going
Yeah, they're doing the job for you.
on. And as per what you said, I think we're way ahead of schedule in
You're not.
terms of numbers. I think
No, what do you mean in terms of numbers?
hope. But if we can keep it under the minimum numbers, the country has done, not me, the country has done a great job. But I think I've done a really good job of mobilizing. I think Mike Pence has been fantastic. I put him in charge of the task force. We have wonderful people on the task force.
By the way, Mike Pence is the second person in charge of the task force. Alex Azar was initially put in charge of it end of January and blew it off for a month.
Wonderful people. This man was working.
He doesn't sleep. He sleeps with his eyes open like an assassin.
Literally, he had days where he didn't go to bed, he didn't go to sleep. He went 24 hours and then started the next day.
That's not true.
People don't know the job he did.
That's ridiculous.
I didn't even know he was that good of a manager, to be honest with you, Mike. Okay, and you know,
I brought him on as my VP thinking it was just the whitest person I could find
you never know that about somebody until they're tested.
till they're needed. Like, I never realized how fine he could run things and how useless I was.
To fire. but he saw it very early also. We both did. They saw it very early. They knew
It's their job.
pretty soon. They probably knew sooner than anybody because
Except me. But then I ignored it.
that's what they study. That's what they do. Must be a depressing business, right? Must
I don't even know what you do that. I'd rather be golfing, honestly.
a little bit depressing, but they've seen it all. Go ahead, Jim.
Can I ask Dr. Fauci a question about a headline that's been running all day to get his perspective on it? There is a professor from MIT, Dr. Fauci, who suggests that coronavirus can be carried on droplets a distance of 27 feet. Do you buy into that? And if that might be the case, does that suggest that current social distancing guidelines may need to be extended?
This could really be terribly misleading, John. What it was.
They had a 15 feet carriage in China. They tracked it. They knew exactly how it happened. The guys never came in contact with the same surfaces. That nobody, they didn't touch each other. They were 15 feet apart in an enclosed space. That's more than 6.
Was
That's all you need to know.
looking at the distance that droplets fly by
Now we're talking about droplets. Stay home.
speaking, by coughing, by sneezing. So if you go way back and go, achoo, and go like that, you might get 27 feet. But, so when you see somebody do that, get out of the way.
There are some people
But
that
that's
can do
not
it.
practical.
I know people that can do
That is not practical, John. I'm sorry, but I was disturbed by that report because that's misleading. That means that all of a sudden,
Yeah, that's if every human, because it's 90 miles an hour of air expressing out of your nose when you sneeze. And if you just sneezed forward as hard as you could, that's the distance it could carry.
the 6-foot thing doesn't work.
That's below absolute ignorance of mitigation.
Is a very, very robust, vigorous achoo sneeze. That's what that is. And that's not what we're talking about.
You want to keep going? One more. I have one more.
This is so fun. Why do you keep going? I mean, all we have to do is get back to making sure there are enough ventilators, but I could hang out here with you people all day.
Go ahead. How about over?
Seriously, while they're doing this, they are not working. All they had was 4 slides to show. This is 2 hours.
I've got a follow-up on the mask, sir, but first, you mentioned Franklin Graham earlier,
Yes.
talking to him. As you know, his father, Billy Graham, was a trusted spiritual advisor and friend to many presidents. A lot of your predecessors in times of national emergency reached out to pastors and other spiritual counselors. Have you done that during this national
Well,
emergency?
I never say that, but Franklin Graham is somebody that's very special. I have many very special people, and very many
Quote a Bible verse, please, please. Like I know both the Mr. and Mrs. Corinthian.
special in the evangelical Christian
Base, the group, the evangelicals. I have to say that for votes.
community. You can talk rabbis. You can talk a lot of. I have tremendous support from religious leaders, and Franklin Graham. I just spoke to him today for an extended period of time. I told him what a fantastic job you're doing.
Thanks for for holding church in the middle of
He
this.
does this. He loves doing it. He loves helping people,
That's what's so weird.
and he loves Jesus. That I can tell you.
He really loves Jesus. He keeps saying it. He mentions Jesus all the time.
Jesus. He's a great gentleman. Go ahead.
Great gentleman, Jesus. Who is? Jesus is a great gentleman? That's my favorite hymn. If you're ever in church, which I do all the time, I'm in church right now. Jesus is a great gentleman. He will open doors, but he doesn't sneeze 22 feet. All right.
Thanks, sir. On the mask, maybe for the doctors.
The what?
On the masks,
Thank you, Venus.
is the reason why there's no CDC recommendation for the public to wear masks because they're meant to save and preserve the masks for the medical workers, or is it because the virus is not primarily transmitted through the air?
So there was CDC does have recommendations on their website about masks that came to the task force several weeks ago.
By the way, thank you, Sarah, for recognizing that I am doing a tremendous job. Just so you know, I am doing for those of you that don't know, I am doing a tremendous job. Please, if you think I'm doing a fantastic job, A++, tell me that thing. If you think I'm not doing very well, you're fake news.
About if you're infected, wearing a mask to protect others, and if you're working with someone who's sick.
You know who's doing a fantastic job? Can't stop lying. Fantastic job.
And you have to be that.
So good.
worker in the household, because remember, we want people in the household being taken care of, that they should wear a mask. I know your question is broader than that, and it's just being considered by the task force now about whether that recommendation that already exists relevant to wearing mask should be
Oh
altered.
God. Wear it when you go out. If you have to go to the store or something for the time being, don't develop the habit. Wearing them all the time is not going to be helpful. You know why? Because people, that's not normal life, and people don't end up wearing them. They didn't wear them after the Spanish flu, and humanity has tripled in size since then. Because people tend to, when they wear them all the time, they pull them down with their hands, scratch their nose, pull them back up. They pull them down to talk and put them up. They wear them on their chin and then go. As soon as somebody coughs, they pull it up for a second and then pull it back down. It's stupid. You develop bad habits when you wear them too often.
Anyway, so it's still under discussion.
And just about masks, you can get a mask, but you can also
Wear a scarf. But make sure you put an amyl nitrate orange in your mouth in case you black out.
I mean, most
You don't want to end up like David Carradine. I'm just saying.
people have scarves, and scarves are very good, and they can use a scarf. And
You can use a scarf or a lasso, or they can make a pterodactyl flying through the air.
we're talking about a limited period of time, and it says in the recommendations you can substitute a scarf for a mask. So if people feel that, and I think, some people disagree with the mask for various reasons, and some people don't. But you can wear a scarf, you can do the masks if it makes you feel better. We have no objection to it, and some people recommend it. Let's go back
Thank
into
you,
the
Mr.
back.
I do have a legit question. This is a good question because I was just thinking about this myself. Can you microwave a scarf? Like if you wear it out, or your mask, if it can withstand high enough heat, whatever it is, you take it off and you put it in the microwave for a minute. It gets pretty darn hot. That should irradiate a virus, one would think, right? I mean, you can't do it with the regular masks because a lot of them have staples. The ones that the surgical masks they sell have little mini staples that hold the thing in. Curious about that.
You people
I think I'm doing a fantastic job just thinking about it.
get tired. Look at you. And there's still good questions, actually.
Mr. President, again, I'm looking at the
These are the same questions everybody's been asking you.
cases around the world in Latin
Good point. Don't do it. Yeah, scarf won't work. Made of cloth.
America and the Middle East, and
Yeah.
still you don't want to impose a travel ban for these areas. In Brazil, for instance, the President Bolsonaro, he keeps on being very active with groups. Aren't you afraid that what we're doing here can be
You
threatened
mean
by
you
what-
people? You mean you people?
Not here, but I mean the United States.
You people?
I mean, you're pretty spread out already. I don't know if anymore.
But you
I don't think
understand
we'll
what-
have press conferences anymore. But
I understand what
We tried it yesterday, but it blew my hair and the box blew away. Did you see the box blow away?
look, we're very careful. I'm very careful personally, and
But the travel ban, I mean, aren't you afraid?
we are looking at numerous countries as they get in a position. Brazil, as an example, you mentioned the president. Brazil had no problem until just a short time ago, and now they're starting to get inflamed. And yes, we are absolutely looking at a ban. There are two other countries you mentioned. Iran already has a ban. They had sort of an automatic ban. In addition to that,
We're doing a double super secret ban.
a ban. So we're looking at certain countries as they
We're
become
doing American band. We're doing Rubber Band Man.
hot.
Hot. Places are hot.
You're starting a new 30 days now. What are your plans? Are you going to stay in the White House? Are
I'll
you
be
going
in
to
the White
travel at
House.
all, or you shelter
I
in
doubt I'll
place?
leave. I wanted to go to the opening of the hospital in New York.
And cut the ribbon and delay it for a couple of days so I could get up there. Like I delayed the ship from leaving till the end of my speech.
And my people couldn't even believe it that I
Like, are you that stupid?
did it. But I did. I wanted to go. They
I wanted to go and they were like, dummy.
didn't want me to do it. The Secret Service didn't want me to do it for
Obvious reasons.
for
Because the president dying in the middle of an epidemic of the disease might be bad for the stock market.
reasons. I wanted to go to the boat sailing into New York
The
Harbor,
boat. I wanted to go see the boat.
but the governor did a
You mean the ship?
job of that, and the mayor of New York. So I'd love to go out, but now I'll be in the White House, and it's sort of like a nerve center, control center,
Sort of like that. Not really. Not a lot happens here.
And I think it's important, look, you see what happened with Boris Johnson, you see what happened with others.
Yeah. Putin just shook hands with the dude who had it.
I think it's important that I remain healthy. I really do.
Well, yeah, I don't want you to get coronavirus, but can you really call yourself healthy,
So for the most part,
Mr. Neck China?
we're staying here. I've canceled many different events, and we're
I was gonna, you know how many pieces of chocolate cake I'm not having right now?
staying here for the most part.
Actually, they're flying it up to me.
Mr. President, Tom Frieden, the former director of the CDC, wrote an article the other day in which he said what's really needed here, and he understands the work that the task force is doing, is an incident commander to really take command of where everything is going and how things are being coordinated.
Mike is doing that. Mike, if this isn't getting done, it's your fault.
We have it.
That's something that could be
Mike,
useful
here comes a bus. Hop under
in
it.
this particular instance.
We have it.
If you need it, we've got it. We have a florist. We got we have a acting assistant secretary in front of cleaning Cheeto dust off the Xbox controllers. We got all of it.
Gaynor, he's the administrator of FEMA. And when the president signed the National Emergency Declaration, he
God.
stood up the National Response Center at FEMA. And now I can tell you that when the White House Coronavirus Task Force meets, I'm at one end of the table, and Pete Gaynor and the whole FEMA team are by video conference at the other end of the table.
So they're not. So they're via. Whoops.
Testing and supplies, and we'll continue to keep that. What you call an incident command, what we call the Federal Emergency Management Agency, working 24/7.
No, you have somebody in charge of the Army Corps of Engineers and FEMA working together, because the Army Corps of Engineers and the Air Force and Boeing are the ones who are going to be bringing stuff to the states and distributing things. That's why you don't just have FEMA do it. That's what he's talking about. He's talking about having an incident commander to logistically deal with stuff so you don't drop off, I don't know, a bunch of ventilators in friggin' New Jersey and not tell New York that they're there.
And I have to say this,
I have to say something. Can I just say I'm doing a hell of a job?
in the last less than a week,
I've been doing so good.
governors call up
And tell me how happy they are that I am the president.
that truly have disliked me over the years.
And they now know that if they say it out loud, they won't get ventilators and their people will die. So it's amazing how nice they're being.
Before,
Everybody's being downright neighborly. Because I have them on video conference, and in the middle, if I don't like what they're saying, I suddenly go, and they get it, and they turn right around.
I decided to run for president. And they said, I have to tell you, you've done a great job. You and
No, they have to tell you. All right, I'm skipping ahead to the end. I can't deal with this dude anymore. It's just garbage.
That's right. It could be almost
Oh, wait, where'd you go? Hold on.
thousands making them. You saw yesterday where Ford is going to have a tremendous number. They're looking to make 100,000 ventilators.
Yeah, and they'll be ready in 100 days.
Ford has been great.
Start showing up a month after the apex.
General Electric Healthcare has been great. General Motors has come a long way. I have to.
Oh my God, it's the same shit from the last 3 days. People, please. Oh, and then poor Fauci.
A virus that's, as the president said, highly transmissible and is going to be circulating in other parts of the world as we're going down, which I think we will, and I feel certain that we will.
Well,
Then we have to
yeah.
about the next season. And as was just mentioned, that's when you use the experience that you have, the interventions that you've developed, and hopefully a vaccine that you'll be able to
Round 2, they're talking about round 2.
deploy as quickly as you possibly
Right,
can.
it'll be totally
That's that second wave that really is more seasonal than an exacerbation of something that you pull back on.
Dr. Fauci, can I ask
And
you
a
a
lot
question
of,
on
a
the
lot of very
mortality rate?
positive things are happening with the therapeutics and drugs of different kinds and the vaccines. I think a lot of very positive things are happening. Okay, one more.
You have no way of knowing.
Please, go ahead.
So under the
We are closer to a vaccine than before we started trying to work on a vaccine. That's all that can be said.
worst case scenarios, there is a real scarcity problem. If you've given out, say, 7,000 ventilators and we've got 10,000 around. So I'm just curious, who signs off on those life and death decisions before GM
Mike.
would ramp up?
Well, I would
Who's gonna-
say
who's gonna sign
Mike
off on that?
Pence, myself, the head of FEMA, some of our generals that are working that are doing an unbelievable, we have generals that are working that are unbelievable talents, unbelievable leaders,
They'll be the ones calling.
and it'll go through one of 3 or 4 people.
That's good. All right, that's good. Yeah, so one of 3 or 4 people will be making death panel decisions. It's really a death panel, honestly. It's a panel of death.
If it comes down to that, and I hope it doesn't come down to that,
It will come down to that.
because I think we're very well.
Why would you put 5 people in charge of making that decision unless you knew it was going to come down to that?
And it's an honor to be here tonight. I appreciate it. I appreciate your interest. I think there is a great
Your interest. It's so great. The ratings are terrific. This is one of the best shows on right now, if I do say so my damn self.
interest in it. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, God help us.
See you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Bye. Enough useless, worthless info for the day. See you later, guys. I get dibs on following them out. Stay back, Fauci and Birx. If you guys get sick, we're screwed. Unbelievable. What garbage. Look at everybody leaving. Woof. What the shit was that? Oh my God. You know what? I gotta say, today was one of the tougher ones to get through. Like you guys know I'm here for you. I'm gonna do my best to make these tolerable, and where there is useful information to be had, I'll try and let it out. But this was supposed to be. It was, in theory, could have been one of the shortest ones that they had, because all they had to do was come out and tell the information about why they made that why they made the decision to extend to 30 days, why the 15 days wasn't enough, what the projections are that made them convince him to make that change. That was it. This was the most, and they had 4 slides, one of which Birx in the middle of it says that it's a generic pandemic projection random. Yeah, I mean, this one was unbelievable. Of all of them, and I appreciate you guys sticking it out with me through this. Because I'm not letting them get away with this nonsense. Yeah, but this was the worst of these by far, and that's saying a lot, because you have a president who literally said, "This is going to go away. It's not a big deal, and I think people are largely overreacting." But we'll see. We'll see. Like, literally the stock market crashing while he's talking. But understand the entire point of today's briefing, because they planned this days ago. They planned this Friday when he was going to tell everybody Sunday that they were going to extend after the deadline, which was Monday. Tuesday, they were going to explain why they had to do it. And what did they end up doing? They came out, they had 4 charts, one of which was generic. The other 3 point to the current projections based on lack of testing. And then they jibber-jabbered for another hour. I mean, this is incredibly embarrassing. And the biggest, the scariest part about this is that Fauci or Birx is going to get sick in this process, and that will shut down the country. I mean, that's it. If you think if you think in any way that the stock market is bad currently, wait till one of the people in this circle goes down. Like they have to have Secret Service protection on Fauci and Birx right now, nonstop. I don't know where they're going. I don't think they're interacting with their families. I know I saw him doing some streaming from home. I don't know if he lives alone or whatever, but Jesus. It's true. I mean, this is, I like to be a positive guy, but um, the important thing going forward, like here's me just trying to let me be straight with you guys for a minute. That 100,000 to 200,000 number is best case scenario. Best case. That's if they do everything right. The 1.5 to 2.2 million dead, that's Right 'em Cowboy, which we now know was Trump's suggestion based on a conversation he had with Boris Johnson before Boris got sick. He was watching people on Fox going, why don't we just go for herd immunity and let everybody die? Some people aren't strong enough to live. That's who he's talking about. And he agreed with them. He brought that idea to Fauci and Birx, and they went, oh, no. Here's what happens if you do nothing. Here's what you get if you do everything right. By next weekend, you are going to see tearful videos of surgeons and doctors and interns and nurses crying because there are no ventilators to give people who will suffocate with dry lungs on tables. They will twitch and then they will die. And the honest answer is, if the mitigating factors that we are doing right now had started 2 weeks earlier, a percentage of those people wouldn't die. Period. The answer is yes. He ignored this for a solid 6 weeks, where there was a window where it was obviously going to go bad. I've been telling everybody since December, wash your hands, cough into your elbow. If you're sick, avoid public places. Don't spread it around, as a precautionary measure starting in December. And there is no way that I saw the Li Wenliang video and the State Department didn't. It's not possible. And what I'm going to tell you guys right now about getting ready is prepare to stay indoors as best you can. If you go out, it's now time to wear gloves and a mask, because you don't know where the spread is and they're not testing people. When they start getting the early tests, that's going to open things up, and that's going to cause another ruffle in deaths that will be 2 weeks after that factor, because people will think I'm cleared, and then they'll go out and they'll catch it because they think if they don't have it, they won't have it. Until the antibodies test is regular, and we know people who've been through it and maybe had no symptoms, can those people go out in public fearlessly? Will things really start to turn around? The arc of this will probably, more than likely, by all projections, start to genuinely go down simply because of the number of dead end of May. But the next month is going to be awful. And I will be here every day making you laugh. And just because I am using words and faces and voices to lighten a situation does not mean I take the situation lightly. And for those of you that think I don't respect the president, understand I respect the presidency, our country, our fellow citizens, and our democracy enough as a citizen to spit mad satire at a fake king who deserves it. Every word coming out of this man's mouth is bullshit. Even when he's seemingly appreciative of other people, it is simply a manipulative statement. I don't buy it for a second. And by the way, all of you who said, well, if we get rid of Trump, then we'd just be stuck with Pence. Understand that in the scale of reality, if Trump had been removed from office and Pence was in charge, all of our mitigating factors would have started 3 weeks earlier. There is no way Pence would have been the president overseeing this. I'm dead serious. And I can't stand the man. But I know as a human being, he's more capable than this. That's why he's in charge of that. And I mean, like I said, honestly, Ted Cruz would have been better at this. And he's one of the singularly most awful politicians that exists. On the other end, Rand Paul would have been worse. Rand Paul is one of the Ride 'em cowboy crowd. So next weekend is when it's gonna really start to get bad, and it will get worse through the following week. The stories will be horrible. Watching them and experiencing them in real time will not necessarily be good for your mental health. Be informed, but don't inundate yourself. Schedule your days away from news and information. And if you can take it in via print or a trusted news source that is only on for a short time, be it regular nightly news, whatever your channel is, do that. But start to taper off your cable news over the next couple of weeks, because it's just going to be the same story day to day, and it's not going to change in any meaningful way for your life hour by hour. So how about Joe Biden? Would he be better? Absolutely. Joe Biden would absolutely be better. He's one of the people who put together the pandemic response team. All the people who were on the Obama pandemic response team are now working with the Biden campaign. They are in contact with all the governors who called and gotten an emergency declaration in the last little bit. One of the reasons why they did that is because the Biden team has been calling them and going, here's what the federal government can do, and they can't do it until you do this. They have been giving them the strategy to get all this stuff. He's already acting in a presidential way about this. There's no question. One of the best things he does is go, this is not my area of expertise. This is their area of expertise. We'll make a tough decision based on the reality of this, but we're going to take advice from the people who actually know. That in and of itself is meaningful. So my message to you guys is take care of yourselves and take care of your family. Strategize how you're going to emotionally deal with this stuff coming up as it gets worse. Gird yourself against it, because you will be needed on the other side. Sorrow benefits no one, and we will cry when the march is done. There's nothing wrong with mourning along the way and dealing with it as it comes in, because it will be difficult, but steady yourself and become the most capable version of yourself during all of this. And know that while I am laughing at this idiot, it is with a purpose. We need to decry the absurdity of this nonsense. And if anybody who thinks they're going to roll into any of my chat rooms and accuse me of being un-American because I don't take this idiot at his word, go someplace else. Simply go somewhere else. I won't say whether you're right or you're wrong. Beat it. Go elsewhere. Period. And I will see you guys tomorrow for another one of these. I will be gaming later on. I will write music, and I will do that. I will have friends on. I'm supposed to have Guy Norman B on, who I love. I'm gonna try and do it tomorrow, just because of the late start of this thing and how it rolled over. And I will be doing more Zoom get-togethers with the Patreon folks, who were great. I'm accusing you of having goofy hair right now. Well, that's completely reasonable. Yeah. So so take care of yourself and take care of somebody else. I will see you guys in a little bit. Much love, and yeah, day by day, we'll take these tomorrows as they come.